working. Let's go, baby! Bomb arrows to the rescue. Ha! No way! Ah! No! Oh, that assist, baby! No! Don't touch him. No! You... What did I do? That's an accident. Freaking beetle. I got the triple collapse! Oh! Ah! Oh, Dinell, go to the fire thing. It teleports us.
I want my money back.
I trusted you! Trombone. This one is trombone. Yo, I got it! Yes! Let's go! Yeah! 24 hours done. 24 hours finished. Oh, time to beat 23 hours, 28 minutes. Oh my god! We did it! We did it! Oh my god! I couldn't have done it without you guys.
What the fuck up? Holy shit!
Wait, it went through? I gave him 50 bucks.
Hello there.
Yo! Oh, what's up, Hunter? What's up, Chudo? What's up, Nathan? Oh, sorry. I had to like run back in here. I was walking my doggo. What happened to all the rewards? I purposely have it so that that the rewards don't. I purposely have it so that the rewards don't show up right when stream starts because of the intro stuff. And yeah. Oh, it should be here. Jesus. I was walking my doggo and I came in late. I literally ran to press the starting. Why is it so? I ran in to press the starting stream button and then I ran back to clean him. I gotta clean my baby, you know? Can you mess with Mario's face like on the 64? I don't know. How do you mess with his face? I don't even know how to. Oh, it feels so laggy. Why does the camera look so weird? Anyway. Hello, Horny Pink. Just want to say hi on a date. Hell yeah, on a date. Let's go. I love you too. Go back to your date. What are you doing here, Hunter? He's probably not here anymore. Aww. Hey, what's up, Timmy? My day was good, Nathan. Thanks for asking. Oh, the rewards should be back now, by the way.
Hello there.
F, not first. Yeah, Doctor always redeems first. What's up, Doctor, as well? I think it was holding Z. Oh, okay. Well, we'll test it out. We're gonna get straight into it today. You did tell me you would be here. We're going to get and nice seeing ya. Didn't you have a test or something, Timmy? Didn't you have something? Didn't you have something? No, stop. I'm actually dumb. Okay, I fixed it. Oh, I'm dumb, but I fix my dumbness sometimes. All right. Jared's stream is wild right now. They've been talking about dead babies. What the hell? Yeah, he has a lot of viewers lately, which is awesome. I forgot to get water. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get water. Yeah, you could exclamation point song.
Hello there.
I got water. I feel like you always look for the song. Just really laggy for me. Aw, sorry. Sorry, Timmy. Oh. He would pinch a part of the face and it would distort. We'll try that out. Can we protect? Sure. Jared streamed. I did. It takes 3 hours for first full playthrough. You think it'll take 3 hours? Oh, that's what you want to predict? Mods, put up a prediction if you can. Maybe. Maybe. Well, let's see what it could do with his face first. Holding Z. I don't think it did any. I don't remember which button is Z. This is the wrong controller. I'm an idiot. Yeah, I don't think holding Z does anything. Or I'm dumb. It could be either. Okay. Anyway, me when not on desktop. Oh, never mind then. My teacher called me Mark today. That could be either funny or like embarrassing depending on how you take it, you know? By the way, guys, we are going to do something weird. We're gonna give $5 to Miskiff the streamer every day of the month and tell him that we're speedrunning this. Why? I have no idea. Well, obviously for exposure. But will it work? Probably not. Will it make for some maybe interesting TikToks? Maybe. So we're gonna do that. Yeah, I figured your name isn't Mark. But the way you take it could be funny or not. I feel like I've seen it before when a teacher mispronounces someone's name or like says a different name, and then the kid could be embarrassed and then it's just awkward, or they could laugh and then it's just funny. Why are they talking about dead babies though, Doctor? Without me, it's my favorite point of conversation. Alright, should we just get straight into it? Let's just get straight into it, yeah? Gonna pause the music. Okay. Are you guys ready? Because I'm not. I thought I pressed the... Okay, I have to press this button. That's him. Let's see. This is what we're gonna do. I'm shameless. I've been streaming for over 1,000 hours. I want some exposure. So I'm gonna be like $5. Day 1 of grinding Super Mario 64 for sub 20. Wish me luck. Let's see what he says.
I'm gonna start streaming soon. Ed Sheeran, I'm not going.
3.
All right, let's start this chat.
No. Guys, does anyone remember my PayPal password? I hope I'm not showing it on screen. I don't think I'm showing it on screen. Ooh, it shows my credit card information. It's good I'm not showing it on screen.
You always want to eat before a run. You don't want to get hungry in the beginning or somewhere in between wet.
Oh, look, he's about to play it too, actually.
You want to eat first.
Okay. Oh, there it is.
That's why Simply such a fat fuck eats
Look at that.
Buffalo Wild Wings every 5 minutes.
Yeah, he ignored it. Oh, did he just hear it? Day one of
Alright.
grinding. Day one.
You ready, Chuck?
Day one. Day one is not a success. Anyway. Will he respond? Maybe I just have to give it time. It wasn't the amount of money he wanted. True. We're watching a video about matching babies to their parents, and someone mentioned rainbow babies. I'll have to talk to him about it next time.
All right, ready?
He's like this cheap.
Yeah, that was my Scar impersonation. Okay.
He didn't respond.
3, 2.
1. Also, you start it when it goes to the "It's a me, Mario."
Alright.
Okay. I don't care. Let's go to the goddamn game, baby. See, we're cooler. We have background music. Alright, let's start. Maybe tomorrow. Yeah, maybe tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll do 10 and then 20 and then $100 and then $500. No, I don't have that type of money. Okay. What do I press? Wait, I screwed it up. Let me see if the buttons work. I have a reset button. Okay. It's supposed to reset. The reset button. I have a start button. Okay. That's for when I'm practicing. See, it starts from that point of view. Reset button. Splits. That's doing the splits. This pauses it. Unpauses. Undo. Kind of cool. And reset. Hey yo, let's start. You guys ready? What if we're doing to the famous streamer DNL instead? True! That's what I gotta do. What's up, map? Super Pingio 64 indeed. How do I get out of this? Ah! I think I have to press F1. That didn't work. Oh, here. It is F1. Oh, I do have to press F1. F1. Boom, we're starting. Yay. Oh, yeah, the watch time reset because it's a new month. No, I'm pressing the wrong buttons. I have to press start. Let's see how long this takes. I heard he's going to stream tomorrow, replaying Horizon Zero Dawn. Are you actually? That's kind of cool. PP balls indeed. I guess I should have put a thing saying how long I'm streaming. Or not how long. Predictions for how long it would take, but it's too late now. I predict 3 hours. Yeah, I've never heard of rainbow babies, though. I'm not gonna lie. But how's everyone doing? How's life? How's Jesus? How's Moses? Like already 1 minute on the clock. Oh wait, I forgot. I forgot completely how to play this. Oh yeah. Lack it to skip. Okay, yeah, it's fine. If I got that first try of the day, that would be cool, but it's fine, it's fine. Listen, that's literally means nothing because I'm gonna screw up for more than 8 seconds. Do I have to be top 10 for the past 3 months? Yes. For the past 3 months. You might be asking why. Damn it. Damn it. Why? That's such a long time. In which case you would be right. But yeah. If you do it in under 3 hours, you get a smooch. Oh! Then I hope I do it in... Oh my god, I keep forgetting to press the buttons there. Then I hope I do it in under 5. I honestly think it'll take me like 3-4 hours. Or a sub. Nah, it's okay. You spent too much money, Dino. But I'll take a sub. I'm not complaining. Ugh. Ooh, you saw that? It's pro strats right here. Watch. Never mind. How do you jump? Oh, yeah. Bro, I'm gonna die. No. No, that was so close. Let's go. Okay, okay. You know what? That actually wasn't bad. That wasn't bad for me. That wasn't bad. Are you serious? How do I do this? Are you serious? How do you get this? How do you side flip? I don't. Oh, like this.
Hello there.
There we go. I forgot. No, it's not running and jumping, Johnny. It's side flipping. I did that on purpose, so my speed running record will be. Oh, it tells you all that stuff when you save and continue. Would be slower, so I could beat all my records. It would have worked. Oh, it's okay. Always side or backflip. How about long jumping? Whatever. What's up, Nathan? How you doing? Go in the goddamn thingy. Look at this skill. It's not skill. Bro, I'm gonna spend like 5 hours in this area. I already know. Last time I spent like 5 hours on this area. Okay. That was good. That was good. Okay. Ow. We're gonna go to verse the boss first. I don't know how to do any of this shite. It's easier than I thought to get top 10. Yes! Because not many people watch. But it's going to be a little harder soon because we're going to be playing this game a lot. Or maybe it'll be easier. Who knows? Can you jump? There we go. See, that's what I meant to do. God damn it. How do you jump from the wall, bro? I thought it was so easy. There we go. I knew that. I'm doing good, Nathan. I'm doing good. I'm doing pretty okay. I'm doing pretty decent. Watch this. Watch this. Damn it. That was not what I meant to do. I tried to do what the speedrunners do. But I don't need to do that, so it's fine. I'm still a beginner. Just fall on me. Yes. Damn it. Yes. No. Ayo, let's go. Oh, wait, I already got 1 star, right? Oops. That took less than 5 minutes. I messed that up, guys. Oh, well. Okay, that's a normal jump. The true Chad goal is beating stream elements in watch time. True. I don't think it's possible. This game has no wall jump. No, it has a wall jump. I'm just dumb and I don't know how to execute it. Oh, wait, I go back in. Well, soon you might be doing bad and garlic bad stuff with cheese. It's time to save for later. True, I should probably save. All right. So we experimented with this the other. That was intentional, guys. It's a 10,000 IQ play. I actually tricked you guys. It's to get the other star. We can't get the other star yet. Never mind. There's no bomb guy. God damn it. Hey, thanks for the follow, Soccer Jacks. I hope you're good at soccer and this is not just your name. I don't know. That was a dumb thing to say. You are awesome, Soccer Jacks. How you doing, Soccer Jacks? I think I beat Stream Elements last month. No, you don't beat Stream Elements. I delete Stream Elements. No one beats Stream Elements. I actually delete Stream Elements so you can't see its total watch time on the leaderboard. Yeah? Yeah. I know you're American also because it's soccer. Unless you're not. You're doing good? That's great to hear. If you have any tips to tell me, I'll list. Shit! I'm an idiot. If you have any tips, I'll take them because I have no idea how to play this game. I've just seen a lot of people speedrun it in the past. Isn't this? No! I knew there was a red coin there. By the way, you guys could put music if you'd like. Mods show people how to put music. Ah! That was intentional to show you guys how Mario slides. I know, but we checked it a few days ago. Okay. He's German, Pink. Do Germans say soccer? Yeah, I guess Americans are not the only ones that say soccer. Ugh. Thank you, doctor. Wait, can I just jump? Oh, are you kidding? How hard is it to get that? Everyone's like, not hard at all. You just suck ass. And I'm like, oh, okay. Not really? Oh. All right, no worries. What games do you play, Soccer Jax? All right, I'll just call you Jax if that's okay. Ooh. Shit. I feel like I got that the first time I tried it. Deja vu tofu? Is this what 5-year... What? Ah! I have to stop reading chat when I'm speedrunning. Guys, at this pace, I'm gonna beat the game in like 8 hours. Let's go! No matter what, I have to stop what I'm doing for that channel point reward. Redemption. I'm just jumping. Yes! I actually got it. Bro, I got it, Dinell. Don't worry. The right side, I'll try to remember that for next time. But there will be no next time, because I'm never going to do that again. Whee! 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 No, 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 no! Oh, my God. Why am I going here? What? I thought there was another one here for some reason. Oh, okay. We have to go all the way up for the next few. I should have gone for this one next. Pokemon? Hey! You're a Pokemon player. Very nice. My profile picture is Pokemon. Yeah, Arceus is very nice. Pokemon Legends Arceus. I played that yesterday, actually. That was fun. But this month is mostly about Mario. When I start getting tired of Mario, though, in the middle of streams, I'll probably jump into Pokemon. Yeah, he just missed a bunch of Pokemon streams, actually. Ah! Okay. I think there's something here. Where do I go? I think I'm an idiot. I don't think I can go there yet. I think I'm actually the biggest idiot ever. Ah! Bro, my movement is so good. Extreme stretch. All right. We could pause for this.
Monkey do good. Monkey
Alright.
do very good.
Go. Then we go. And we do the last one. Sheesh, that was some good stretches, bro. Thank you. Have you gotten Arceus, Jax? Excuse me.
Hi, I'm gay.
Oh, okay. Unpause. I'm a pro player. Can I hit this and then just use this? No, I can't. There must be a way to get to the... Oh, I could go on the pole. Damn it. I could go on the pole. You're playing Arceus now? Nice. Hi, I'm gay. Nice. No? Oh, it's a pretty fun game. What the hell am I doing? Oh! Bro, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die at this rate. I'm gonna die. What the hell? I don't think this is possible without the other star. I think I'm actually as stupid. I think I'm not supposed to go for the coins yet. So I'll go for the coins afterwards. Teddy Ursa. Sheesh. Teddy Ursa. Where'd you find me, if you don't mind me asking, Jax? Sorry, I talk a lot. I ask a lot of questions. No! Oh! What? What the hell? Okay, we're good. Get the star then. You're not losing money yet. Yeah, let me go get the star. Ooh, that was pro. That was pro strats. You can't even lie. Yeah, we'll go for this star. I don't know why I just went all the way around for it. Bro. Can he not jump? That was a side jump. That was cool. That was cool, right? Oh. We found YouTube. Oh, cool. Nice. I think you're one of the first people to find me through YouTube. You watched the Nuzlocke then, yeah? Yeah, we were doing a lot of Nuzlocke. Probably go back to doing Nuzlocke later. But not now. Now is all Mario. Sumimasen. I have a good video coming up, do I? Apparently I have a good video coming up. Deja. Oh, it's this song. That was Deja Vu. Yeah, this song's great. Is Teddy Ursa hard to shiny hunt? Or is that method just good? Wait, I have to go back in. The Triple G video? Yeah, that should be good. I think my best video on my channel is probably the one where I dye my hair. To be TBH. It's the owl. You see, I think we need the owl for the coins. The owl makes the coins so much easier. Ugh, I'm an idiot. Come back here, owl. Was that the whole Deja Vu song? It's the best video because I'm there. The Triple G video? Wait, what? No! Yes! Yes, guys, come on. That was good. You can't even lie. You could lie, but that was pretty good, right? For anyone who doesn't know, we're basically going to spend the entire month speedrunning this goddamn game. And I've never really played it. I played it as a kid a bit. I've never sped run it. Sped run it? Sounds like sped, but... But we're gonna get minus 20, baby. That was nice. Let's go, IQ plus. I'll take it. All right, let's get the red coins, baby. Hey, Sai, I feel like I haven't seen you in forever. Don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die. No! Wait, I'm still... Never mind. Oh, YouTube Shorts. Oh, that's cool. That's even cooler. Not gonna lie. How you doing, Sai? Which short was it, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, Pokemon short, right? Gotcha. Yo, this owl. Oh, yeah. We do some fun stuff here. I don't know. I don't know how to make myself seem cool. It has kind of been forever. Kinda, yeah. How you doing? We're doing a full month of goddamn, super goddamn Mario, baby. I'm not gonna take any risks. Ah! Huh? Oh, okay. We survived. I'll take it. You know what? I'll take it. Let's get all the coins we could get. Whee! Yes, look at that speed, baby. My school's sending a lot of activities. Didn't get to Twitch that much. No worries, but nice to hear the reasons. Always appreciate it. Should I just go for this? No, we gotta get all the coins. I'm actually trash. It's been good balancing school and my mental health. That's good. That's a good thing. Yeah? Hey, yeah. YouTube shorts are cool. Oh. What's your favorite Pokemon game, if you don't mind me asking? Also, how the hell do I do this? Someone said right side. You lied to me. Who said right side? Dinell? Mods, ban him. Just kidding. That was weird. Oh, this is how you go fast. Oh, I might as well get this one too. Banning right now. Good job. When does he finish the split? Not even the run. That's actually, yeah, that's a better one to do. Guys, predict your channel points. You could win more to make me suffer with jelly beans or to get some cool channel points in. Ah! Watch, I got this. Yes! Okay, it was the right side. Don't ban him. Yes, there is a prediction, ladies and gentlewomen. Gentlewomen? There are no gentlewomen. There are only... I don't know. Ugh! Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Oh! Bro, pro strats, question mark? Pro strats? Watch. Oh, watch this. I wanted to side flip, but I didn't. Damn it, we already got this one. I'm actually a schmuck. Wait, did we get all of them in this area? We did. We have to go back to the owl. Where's the owl? Can't predict points my country doesn't allow. Yeah, I know. That sucks. Imagine what is this song that someone project? What is this? A car?
Hello there.
Come on. Ah, I did it. What's up, Mills? How are ya? Pearl? Yo. Damn. Pearl is great. So you must. Damn it. Wait, how do I get above? Wait, watch this, guys. Wait, watch this, watch this. Bro, how do I long jump? Jesus. Okay. Maybe I just regular jump? I did it! I did it! I actually did it. Pearl is a great... So you must have loved Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. Like, assuming you got them. We did a 24-hour stream on Diamond and Shining Pearl. And that was... Ow! That was fun stuff. Yo, it was the first time we got the star. Let's go! How's life? Great! Because I'm here with you guys. If so, make sure to collect the 100 coin star before the red coin one, or you'll have to redo the 100 coin one. What's the 100 coin one? I don't think I need a 100 coin one. I have tried RCS. I actually really enjoy it. I was going to do a 24-hour stream on that as well, but for some reason I didn't. I just didn't feel like it. I probably should have. It was actually pretty fun. We played it yesterday for quite some time, actually. Never mind then. Yeah, sorry. We gotta talk to him. There we go. He opens it. Pearl was cool. My favorite is Emerald, personally. But yeah, Pearl was fun. Diamond was like hard for me because I played it when I was a kid. Like it came out when I was a kid. All right, I gotta aim this well. Is that good? How do you... Are you serious? Your favorite is Diamond? Really? Diamond and Pearl, I feel like were good games, but I think nostalgia makes me love Emerald. Come on. Oh, wait, I'm an idiot. I'm supposed to aim for this. That was close, that was close, that was close, that was close. Oh, you only play Pearl? Fair enough. You should try out Brilliant Diamond or Sparkling, like the new game, if you can buy it or have, you know, parent buy it if you're young or whatever. Is this good? No, 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 you idiot! Anyway. If you're actually good, you don't need the cannon for the... Yeah, I know, but I'm not good. They got mad at me when I was trying to practice that. That's why I'm using the cannon. It was close. Stop it! What the hell are you doing? It's because I pressed the jump button at the same time like an idiot. My old favorite was X and Y. Yeah, we're doing a Nuzlocke on X and Y, and a lot of people liked X and Y. I was surprised. Like Cortez also really liked it. I think it might be Arceus now. Yo, Arceus is great, right? I mean, you're shiny hunting, so. Ah! Anyway. Check where you aim. Yeah, I'm trying. I'm trying. I really liked Arceus, though. I have like 25 hours and I haven't finished it. Well, if you want to perfect it, I heard it's like 60 to 70 hours. I think Dinell told me that. And then, just to beat the game is like 24 hours or something, so.
Bruh.
Shine. Bro, don't worry. I got it. Here, watch. The next one will be good. I swear to Jesus. Okay, Jax? Oh, you meant the new Pearl. Yeah, the new Pearl is great. I actually really like it. I did a 24-hour stream on it, and the whole time it was enjoyable. So I like to show off when I do 24-hour streams. Bro, I aimed it well. This should be the oh, this should be good. Bro, what? Aim a little right? I'll try my best. Who's your favorite Pokemon? Jax. Jax the Ripper. Wait, that's Jack the Ripper. I'm so funny. I think this is perfect. Or a little higher. Yeah, a little higher. A little higher. IQ minus, fair enough. I'm not gonna lie. Fair enough. Dinell! Hell yeah! Mills! Dinell! Alright, we got this. Watch. Oh, thanks for the lurk. I'll get it this time. I'll get it. Bing bong. Yo! Oh! Okay, now I have to go a little right, for sure. I feel like someone told me to go a little right. Gomen nasai. I'll go a little right now, okay? This is my favorite Japanese song, so it'll work. Watch. It's because I'm a lefty. I just wanted to go left. Maru hazusa zutto zutto. Alright, I'm doing this next one for goddamn Sai because I haven't seen him in so long. Watch, guys. This one is good. Ah! Okay, this next one's good. Bro, if I aim up too high, then I die. And if I die too many times, then I haven't saved. Then I'm screwed. That's why I'm not aiming too high. But you know what? I gotta aim higher. So, should I shoot from here? I was joking. This one is good. You idiot! Next one. You should hit the pole. Yeah, but I don't know how to get down from the pole. I was on the pole before. Guys, it's only 23 minutes. We're close to the world record. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. I think this is perfect. I'm actually getting so pissed. I mean, this is great content, right? Yo, you should change the thing to the prediction to how many misses will he get until he actually gets it or something. Okay, a little high. Okay, we're gonna go a little high here. Yes. Oh, you meant hit the pole. Oh yeah, that makes more sense. It's fine. We got it. Wow. And I didn't save and continue. Oopsies. Wait, is that all the stars? Do we have to get another star? I'm too much of a dumbass to know. Because on my thing, it says 6. We got 5. Do we even need to get another star? Wait, pause. Wait, I don't need another star, right? No one voted that I would. Pretty sure splits are total, aren't they? Yeah. I think they are total. So, wait, no. Wait. Yeah, they're total. Yeah, they're total. So I got 1 star from the first one, and then I already got 5 stars here. So I think that's it for this area. I'm gonna split. Wow. Exit course. Alright, now where the hell do I go now? DCM, what is that? Does anyone know? I'm a dumbass. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna go into my bookmarks, baby. Nope. We're gonna go into my... Wow, Jack Spuds. Nope, cheater. What do you mean? Pausing makes sense here. No? People pause runs. I've seen it happen. Alright, this is why we're pausing though, okay? In the eye. After getting all of these nuts. Did I ever? Oh yeah, I did get that one. Oh, you have to go into the 3-star one. Oh, you have to get the snowman. Bro, I've seen people do this. This looks insane to me. It looks like it would be easy if you're smart, but I'm a dumbass. Splash. Look at that. Oh my god, bro. I am 24. So I have to find a way to get down there. And then I think I gotta bring the penguin to the mommy. I'm not gonna do it that way though. I'm just gonna do it normally. So it looks like you only get 2 stars in this area. Yeah, it looks like you only get 2 stars. So we should be okay. I give you 1 hour to get those stars. Wait, those 3 stars? You think it'll take me an hour just for those 3, or like another half an hour, or like a full hour? Good guess. Wait, you didn't know I was you guessed that I was 24? Wait, what? There's no snow over here? Where did this man go? Special. Oh, he went to the one below. 105 mark? Oh. You know what? I probably would guess the same thing. Damn it. Oh my god. I'm so bad at video games. You thought I was 25? Why is it a sad emoji? I am close to 35. You know what? I've seen a lot of speedrunners do this. But I haven't saved also, so... How do I save? Can I save the game? I don't know how to save. We're just gonna do this thing. Isn't this how you get a star? Does it matter which stars I get? No saving? Aren't I supposed to, like, verse the... Oh, God. Well. What do you mean no saving? I'm a loser. It's gonna take me hours.
Hello there.
Hello. Hey, I remember you. And I forgot how to say your name. Mills brought you last time. Lios. I'm sorry, I forgot how to say it. He's pushing 30. Ah! I mean, I am pushing 30. What the hell? He's stuck in the sand, I said. Ping ain't pushing P. Thank you, Timmy. People are very confident in you today. No non-believers. I know, I'm very surprised. Like, I have a different audience. Oh, I have to bring the... I have to bring the kid to the parent, right? Isn't there a way to do this? How do I do this? Okay, that didn't work. God damn it. How do I save? I want to save. I want to save. I want to save. What the hell's going on? I'm cheating, guys. Just kidding. I can do it, except I don't know what the hell to do. IQ minus. Bro, it's my first time playing. What do you want from me? How do I pick him up? Come here. There we go. Should I do the strat? Do you just slide down? I've never done this in my life. No, no. No, you idiot. Come here. Come here. That's definitely not what to do. Can I jump with the penguin? Oh, I can. No, you idiot! Don't go in the hole. Don't go in the hole. You... Oh... Stupid penguin. Wait, is going in the hole gonna be better for the penguin? Bro, I can't bring the penguin up. What am I supposed to do? Oh, maybe I go around. You gotta support you so then we can build up your confidence and tear it down. No! The penguin is dead! Wait, where's the penguin? Did the penguin die? Penguin. Where'd he go? I didn't mean to get. Well, he has a bad mom, so I don't care. It's his fault for having a dumb mom. So away what I've done. Yo, that was pro strats. Isn't there a star here too? Oh, this is when you get all the red coins, right? Does it matter which stars I get? Bro, I'm such a noob. Oh my god. Bro. His mom is slot her at a bar. Is she at a bar? Bro, listen. I'm getting to know the map, so it's okay. What? Wait, weren't we here already? Did I just go around? Sheesh. You saw her at a bar? Oh. Yeah, she's pretty hot. Penguin mom. I mean, that's wrong, but how do you? Oh yeah, side jump. There we go. Side jump. I'm a genius. All right. Is my stream popping off? Multiple men. Hell yeah, that sounds sexy. Penguins. What about penguins? What I've done. Oh, you saw multiple men with her? Hell yeah. Jump! Okay, I'm gonna try the strat, guys. I have no idea how the hell to do it. I've just seen a lot of YouTube videos. Oh my god! Thanks for the stream. Jeez. Stream? For the stream? For the raid.
Hello there.
Sheesh! Arigatou gozaimasu. Can someone shout him out? How you doing, bro? Trisket raid. What's up, nobody? What's up, Angel? What's up, Jared?
Hello there.
Oi, oi. Ew, it's Angel. Huh? Too many angels. My head is gonna explode. What's up, guys? Yeah, give him a shout out. All right, so you could see a clip of him on screen. Look at that. Looking at old women. I don't know if it's loud enough for you guys to hear. Is it? This is the best shot we're gonna get. Oh, you're so dumb, Jared. You're trying to pause at a certain area. You don't know how to pause at a certain area? Oh my god, guys. You are so dumb. I have to teach everyone now how to do this, okay? This is how you pause in an area, okay? Go to YouTube. You click on a video. All right. Ooh, that's a sexy guy. All right. You freaking wait because I'm an idiot. And then, look. Chad actually told me this. You press the arrow button, and it goes frame by frame. Look at that. Ah! It's so good. Maybe you already knew that. I don't know. Anyway, how's everyone doing, baby? There's two angels, so now I'm Bunny. Okay, Bunny. We played Mario Kart for a minute and then stretched the 6-minute video into 90 minutes. Ooh, like Hassan Piker. Very nice. For anyone wondering, I am trying to grind the hell out of this game, Super Mario. This is my first run of it ever. I suck ass at it. But, and that's but with 2 T's, we're gonna try to get it in under 20 minutes, the whole game. I'm gonna be playing a lot of this month. I heard you were talking about rainbow babies. I had a stroke trying to type that out. It took so long. Oh, the rainbow babies clip has the smooth voice. Yeah, he does have a very sexy, smooth voice. That is very true. But yeah. Yeah. I added some light rewards for you guys to change the lights, but I'm going to work on it some more before releasing it. By the way, also, you guys could song request any song you want, so yeah. This whole month is gonna be mostly Super Mario and some Pokemon, probably. How the hell do you do this? Did I do it? I did it! I didn't do it. Shit! No idea how to do that. You're so tired and now not tired at all? Wow! I forgot to unpause the timer. Sheesh. You tired from streaming? I don't blame you, bro. You're popping off on Twitch lately, which is awesome. But it also means it's harder to respond to everyone, I'm sure. How the hell do you do this? Do you just leave it? Do you not do anything? That definitely was not it. No! Bro. Oh, wait. Did it save? I don't know how this works. Oh. I still have 6 stars. Okay, that's good. That's good. Nah, you shouldn't feel like an asshole. So what I would do, and I've thought about this when I pop off, is that I'll probably have streams just for interacting with chat, or like the first 20 minutes just interacting with chat, which I tried to interact just with chat in the beginning anyway. So I give them time also. But I think it's going to just be inevitable that you won't be able to respond to every message. And then also, my face is not bright. What the hell is going on? But I don't care. I'm going to keep it that way. But also, you could do like sub-only things, streams maybe, if it gets that poppin'. You could do like, I don't know, sub-only streams are kind of sussy baka. Ah, I did it! I did it! I actually did it! Here's your goddamn dumbass baby. Let's go! Oh. Bad mother. I'm surprised I actually did that. Oh, this is the star. I actually tried that with Mario Kart. I figured it's a cat. No, Mario Kart is not casual to chat. Unless you don't play the game. Unless it works for you. And catch up to lets the watch powder pop off on its own. Ah, that makes sense though. But I feel like for me, like if you're trying to play the game, it's hard. But I guess for you, it's not because you concentrate more on chat than like playing the game, right? Then I was just wiped. Yeah. Damn, that's a damn Daniel, bro. Wait, I don't need your stupid butt. I need to go get the other one now. Okay. How do people do this? I feel like I could do this. Yeah, I didn't do it. This is so hard. That's what she said. You got the shiny Teddy Ursa? Nice. And you get that congrats in play right here. All right. I gotta do this. I have no idea where to do it from also. Bro, how do people do this? All right. Pause. The song is so intense. I love it. There we go. I'm way more chatting and being competitive on the side versus straight skills runs. Fair enough. Look at me fucking up lens to it, I feel like. Yeah. That makes sense. Alright, let's see what the hell he's doing here. No, this guy's way too quick for me. How does he do this first one? Look at this beast. Odyssey had me addicted. Mario Odyssey? I think I saw you playing it like once. So do you stream it often? He jumps off. Oh, he just jumps off to that one? And then he backflips and jumps off the goddamn wall. What the hell? I don't even know how... What? Yeah, I'll get it. I'm a pro player, guys. I haven't since like summer, but yeah, we had it on stream for a minute there. Oh, that's cool. Get out of the snow. Good boy. Oh! That was an accident! God damn it! Is there a non-speed runway to get in? I don't know, but... Listen, we're going this way, okay? Oh, I just realized it's called Cool Cool Mountain. That's why it's CCM. I feel like this is not that hard, so I want to do this. The backflip is... How do you backflip? I forgot. Ah! Is it just the hell? Oh, it's literally this. Yeah, let's try it. Let's try it. Oh, so close. How do you wall jump? Oh, so hard. That's what she said. Oh my god. I feel like, okay. I feel like, oh, look at that sexy legs. I feel like there's an easier way to get there. That's not the speed run way, like you were saying, but I don't know. I feel like this is the easiest possible way. It's called wall kick. Yeah, I don't know how to wall kick. Ooh, like that. So I have to jump to the wall, and then when I hit the wall, I gotta press the same. I have to press the jump button again. Well, it's not kicking the wall. You were wrong. It's jumping on the wall. Unless I'm dumb and that's something else. Yeah, you have to jump into the wall. All right, we're gonna try it one more time. I lied. We're gonna try it more than one more time. Oh! Wait, what the hell? No! Damn it. Bro, I got so excited. Oh. That was close. I broke the game. That's how good I am. No, it didn't save. I'm an idiot. I have to get the 7th star again. I broke the game so hard that I have to get the 2nd star again. All right, I'll have a god stream for sure. Thank you for the raid. Arigatou gozaimasu, bro. Everyone follow Upset Trisket if you want like passionate just chatting streams reacting to content that's awesome and Mario Kart streams with viewers. And he's just an awesome guy. Yeah, I thought I saved. I guess I didn't. And yeah. And have a great night and I hope you have amazing food. Oh, we gotta do the goddamn penguin again. Alright. Get over here. Get over here. My god. You stupid penguin. There we go. I got this. Thanks for the lurk as well. I got this. The hell is going on? Oh, that's so much easier than I look. No! Don't fall off. You dumbass penguin. Oh, there we go. Here's your mama. Mamacita! It's definitely taken over an hour. What are you talking about? I'm a pro player. I got pro strats. Much better. Right? Bro, I'm a quick goddamn learner. Damn, that took me a while. I might have autism. Save and continue. I pressed save this time, I think. I'm not sure. Okay. We're gonna get it this time. I gotta just wall kick. You could just do the race. Oh, I guess you're right. But, watch this. No! God damn! I'm gonna get this, bro. Alright? I'm gonna get this before 45 minutes. Okay? And if I do, someone owes me $1. IRL. Okay? I see people do that. Is that to not get stuck in the snow? That must be why. They kick the air. Alright, well. After 45, do the race. Yeah, I think that's fair. Beautiful song. Ooh, that kind of worked. Alright, stop sliding. God damn. Alright, you guys ready? That was so close, question mark? That felt close. Alright, come on, ping pong moosters. You're not a mooster of ping pong for nothing. Okay. Not close? Oh. Okay. Maybe if I just... Do I have to wall jump it? Yeah! Let's go, baby! Let's go! Yeah! You saw that wall jump too? Yeah, watch this. Damn it. Maybe I have to wall jump here too. Okay. I don't know how to do this part. I'm not gonna lie. Ooh. Okay, that maybe I have to jump for that. I think I have to jump for that. I'm gonna get this before an hour though, for sure. Triple jump? Yeah. I'm not good with triple jumps. I don't know why. Okay. Let's try it. Well, I guess because I didn't practice it. Ooh, I didn't lose any health because of that. Jesus, I'm actual trash. Are you serious? Oh, bro. Okay, this is what a speedrunner would do. Oh, that's actually so much better. I feel like there must be a way to do this easier. Side flip into the wall jump off it, then on top. Bro, you say it like it's so easy. Which it is, but not for me. Oh! Okay. Then the ways to triple jump? Oh. Oh! That was good. That was good. That was good. Okay. That was close. Like that? Okay. I didn't even realize I triple jumped there. The hell? Maybe it will take an hour. Bruh. What am I doing here? Ooh-wee! Ooh-wee! Let's go. Oh, that was so close. Let's try this one more time. Oh my god, just it's not doing it. All right, let's try the triple jump. What the hell's wrong with you? Mario, you're pissing me off. I'm actually trash. Bro, I'm gonna shoot myself in the face. Oh my god. Okay, I'm getting up that faster though. Okay. I'm gonna try the side flip thing. Okay, we got this. We fucking got this, baby. Yes! Okay, I don't know how if this is slippery or not. Ooh. Come on, Mario. Ooh. Mario. Mario, don't fall, little boy. Let's go. Just crawl? Nah, I'm not that much of a pussy, bro. Yes. So we got it. I remembered to split this time, too. Okay. Now I have to figure out what to do. Bit the W. I think I have to verse Bowser up there now, right? But can I just do this? Nope. There must be an easier way to get up there. Ooh, that was sexy. You guys can't even lie. First try. First try. First try. It is this one, right? I saw the speedrunner doing this, I think. Okay, this is simple. You just have to go through it. Oh, okay. できることはまだあるよ. Ah! Whoa, that was harder than I expected. Bro, you know why I'm such a beast? Because I watch videos on YouTube, baby. I watch videos on YouTube. Whew, that was close. Wait, all I have to do here... Do I have to actually get stars? I'm an idiot. You know what? I think I actually have to get all the red coins here or something, right? Wait, pause. We're gonna watch what this guy does. I think I have to get everything. I don't know. Fair enough. Excuse me. Okay, I'm a pro. Yeah, you do have to get all the stars. So you go back, you get 1 star. Oh, he almost fell. Then you get that 2nd star. I've seen people screw that one up. Oh. And then... Oh, you could go up that? You side flip? I'm a pro, I could do that. I assume they aren't in the split. Well, the reason I asked also is because if you could see on the splits, between 8 and 10, like, there's 2. I think 1 is this one, and then the second one was beating Bowser. Oh, Jesus, I'm not going to long jump that. I'm probably going to go all the way around. I'm too much of a wussy. Pussy! Wussy! The last one always looked weird. Where do... Oh, it's there. And then the last one's, like, behind some area. Yeah. Alright. And then after he gets that, what does he do? After he gets that, he goes in to verse Bowser. Yeah, and that's the 10th star. Okay. I got this, boys. I got this. I'm a wussy, yeah. That's what the kids say. I don't know. Okay. Was I not jumping? Jesus. Hello, fire. Ah! This is so much harder than it looks. Please tell me I saved correctly. What's up, Nathan? Okay, good. I have 8 stars. Take your time. I can't, though, because that specifically runs out of time after a while. So I can't take too much time on it. Maybe I go for the 2nd star first, though. I feel like that's better. Go for coins? What do you mean go for coins? Yeah, but to go for the coins, I have to, I can't necessarily take my time. Unless I could just get 1 coin and then go back for the... Shit! My ass was on fire. You said go for... Oh, you're saying go for the 1st star instead? Oh, I gotcha. I meant coin. I'm an idiot. I meant 2nd coin instead of the 1st coin. I meant 2nd coin. Oh, I didn't even get on fire. Oh, that was sexy, guys. Can we get some, like, 10,000 IQ for that? That was sexy. No one can even lie. I can take my time now. Kind of. What am I doing? Don't put me on fire. No! Never mind. No IQs. I mean, thanks for the IQ plus. Yeah, that's fair. Bro, are you serious? Let's go for this one first this time. Ooh, that was cool. Oh, you could still get it? Huh. Oh, I still got it. Oh, okay. That's good to know. I don't even need to rush for it. You're right. I could have taken my time. Gomennasai, you were right. I was wrong. Why are you IQ minusing too, Johnny? Yeah, IQ plus. Let's go. Ow. What the hell? I just got electrocuted for like half an hour and I'm still alive. Okay. I know there's one right here. I actually almost died. Oh my god. Do long jump? Nah, I'm not risking that right now. What are you, crazy? Okay. I'm gonna take my time here for this one. I've fallen way too much for here. Okay. Bro, I screw up long jumps half the time. I make them like goddamn crouch jumps or something. Okay. But how do people get up there? No, don't fall, don't fall. No! What the hell? Oh my god, this is so much harder than it looks. IQ minus for wasting my time. Lol. Thanks. Thanks, bro. Thanks, step bro. God damn it. My ass is on fire. I hate my life. I hate my life. I hate my life. I hate my wife. Okay. I know how to side flip from there now, though, which is nice. See, I always do that when when I'm trying to long jump. Not always, but... Oh, my asshole! Jesus Christ. Really? I tried to side jump, but I guess that wouldn't be a side jump. You know what? I need help? I need help, Nathan. What's up? What do you need help with? I'm speedrunning, bro. But what do you need help with? I'm like the best speedrunner on the planet. Bruh. 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 Don't eat me. Don't eat me. Let's go. I have the stream paused on my laptop and the closed captions say, all women Indians will save for this. It is true. They will save for this. They're going to save up for this stream so that they could donate a lot of money. I don't know. I'm Jewish. All I could think about is money. That's racist, Pink. Come on. A girl gave me a glare and I felt like a death glare. Just ignore it and don't talk to her. That's what I would do. Because I'm a pussy. Long jump? You told me to long jump? Damn it. Damn it! I did it, baby!
Hello there.
Now what? Long jump. Stop it! What? I did it! Yo, what's up, God? L plus ratio? Okay. Oh my god, that was so dumb. I don't know why I did that. Okay, I'm getting better. I'm getting better. I already forgot what the hell they did here, bro. But it was some 10,000 IQ shit. Why are you God minusing? W plus anti-ratio. Alright. What the fuck? We're just gonna do it this way. I'm assuming this is the easy way. Okay. Okay. Oh my god. Letter plus antonym. Yo, this song is sexy. Yes! Yes! Yo, that was pretty cool, guys, right? I'm getting better. I'm getting better. All I know. IQ plus question mark? In the end, you don't know the song, bro? This is my childhood. You skip this and I will skip your life. Wait, what? Isn't there supposed to be another coin? Oh, it's on the other goddamn side. Bruh. Oh, I can't see anything. I can't see anything. Tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, stop it, Mario! You play too much, bro. Jesus, the real song, good. Yeah, I can never tell either. Okay, that was good. That was good. Oh yes, I have to kill them. I tried so hard. Okay. Okay. Yes. Yes. Let's go, baby. Trust and believe, my son. I'm not your son. In the end. Honestly, this game is not as hard as I expected it to be. Watch, I screw up now. I told you what to do. Just ignore her, bro. That's what I would do. I actually suck. I would ignore her or just look away and ignore her. Wait, how do I actually twirl him? Huh? Bro, how do I twirl this goddamn beast? He's moving like a... Huh? Oh, I gotta make circular motions. I always felt like I would be good at this because I have good timing with stuff. Wait, how do I... Oh, that was dumb. Oh, I see. Oh, this is actually hard. That's what she said. Go, Bouncer, go. Bro, I keep forgetting which button is to release his goddamn stupid ass tail. Get over here. Get over here. Oh, it's right here. Let's go. I'm pro player, baby. It doesn't even matter. I don't know why. It doesn't even matter when you touch your mom. Wait. Oh! Oh, I thought I would get this. Wait, do I not have the star? Wait, does that count, guys? I think that counts. We're gonna pause the timer. I think that counts. Let's watch the video. Invest in crypto, then the death Claire. Yes. She lives near me. Oh, she looks like a witch from old TV shows. Ask family if they know who she is. Try to find more information about her. Call the cops on her. No, probably not the last thing. I'll try to find some information about her. Maybe ask other neighbors about her. I'll probably do stuff like that, to be honest. I should probably have this music on, right? Oh, okay. He does count it as a split. Okay. Then where does he go? He goes in the door. Oh, isn't this MIPS or something? People talk about MIPS clip or some shit. Taki. He goes right, left. Bro, I'm gonna forget what the hell that is. Why is your song not playing? Ha! Rage restricted. That's what you get for putting dumb songs. Alright, let's go back to the game. Why is stalking a valid response to being looked at? Well, because you don't know if they're like a killer. I don't know. Wait, finding out more about them is not stalking. No? In the end, my mom caught me watching hentai, and then it doesn't even matter. True. Just go left at the fiery thing? But how do I get to the fiery thing? Let's go. We're at SSL, guys. What? What happened? Oh my god. I pressed the button. What are you doing, Mario Kart? Is this... Wait, is it... Oh. See, I already forgot. We'll have to go here. We got this, D-Nell. Take us. I say we're gonna beat the game in less than 2 hours, actually, at this point. But I could be wrong. Isn't BLJ's like the hardest part? Oh, I have to go right here. Oh, I remembered where to go. Ow. Just put normal songs, God. Okay. Oh shit, I have no idea how to do this. It's only once. Wait, it says I only have 9 stars. Oh, because I need to get one more. I'm a dumbass. Wait. Am I a dumbass? I got a key, not a star. Oh, okay. No. Okay, I did it right. Oh, he does the bird thing. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I have to do that. Oh. Oh my god. Wait, his says 11. Mine says 10. I'm screwing something up here, guys. I'm so screwing something up. Cock. Nice. Like, he got 10 stars, and then he got 11th here. And then he goes into the fire area. Gets all the coins for 12. I think there's multiple ways to do this. You need to, if you want to get good timing. Yeah, but to do it now, I don't think it matters much. Yo, the order of this stuff is so confusing to me. They're like, there's bits, FS, BLJs, bit S. Yeah, like, we have HMC MIPS clip. Oh, I think he skips the MIPS clip. I think that's the difference here. I think he skips the MIPS clip. Yeah, he doesn't do the MIPS clip. That's why. I only need to get 1 star in this area. Wait, no. Never mind. He doesn't skip it. He actually sucks at it. Okay. Bro, I gotta do all that shit, bro. Yeah, I say 4 hours now. Oh my god. That's fine. So I gotta get 2 stars in here. So the way I wrote it was weird. SSL, LLL. You weren't paying attention to the run? At this rate, 9. No, I was paying attention to the run. It's just so... I didn't realize that people have so many different ways of doing these runs. Like, there's so many ways. See, here he has it at 12 and I have it at 11. So I get 1 less star. Which is what kind of confuses me. It feels like he got an extra star somewhere or something.
Hello there.
I'm too dumb for this. But it doesn't look like he gets an extra star. I don't know. I guess I screwed it up. I'm gonna try to do it his way. Do a poll for 10 or 11 hours. I don't think it'll take that long. How you doing, Chris? Oh yeah, how'd the job interview go? I gotta figure out how the hell to do this. I like this song. The meme song. He triple jumps, slides, and then jumps a bunch more for that star. Alright. I don't even know if that star is there right now. Oh, it is. Okay. We'll try this first. Come on. Where does he jump from? Huh? Oh. I will know by Friday. Nice. So you're probably going to get the job. Very nice. I think he maybe jumped from here. Bro, what the ah! You know what? This is the faster way. I don't need to do this, okay? I'm a noob. Let me just go let me just be a normal person, okay? Here. You help me out, dumbass bomb. Useless. Okay, I got this. Liquid these nuts. Wow. This is a nice song. Nice choice. Okay, I think I could just go around here. Bro, let's just go around. I might as well learn how this map looks. So instead of going all the way around, people basically... Oh, shit. Ah! Oh, oh. Oh. Can I go from here? Huh. Oh! Ah! I was so close. What are you trying to do, doctor? If you want to see the song list, do song queue or song list. Exclamation point song queue or some shite like that. I forgot to unpause the timer. I mean, obviously, I would never forget that. Okay, maybe this is... You're trolling? Oh, okay. Oh, what the hell is this? Okay, I definitely got to use that. Song queue. Oh, song list works too. Okay, song list. Yeah, queue is a weird word to spell. I'm happy I added song list. I'm such a good streamer. Ah, ooh, interesting. Okay, that's probably what you okay. Probably what you got to do. I have 9 stars. Let's go. The speed run starts. Let's go. Ow, you dumbass Mario. Oh, we heard this once. Wait, is this is the right way, right? I already forgot. I remember someone playing this once. Maybe D now? And it was it's catchy. It was you? Oh. Yeah, this one's actually catchy. Surprising. You have some good songs. I'm just joking. Just kidding. 1, 2. Bruh. Maybe I just hit the pyramid right away with that. Idiot. I got more. Yeah, you got more bad songs. Maybe some good songs. I don't know. Gordon Ramsay experience. Come on. 2. Oh. Yo. No. I have to get to the left side of the map. I remember now what I saw on speedrunners. They went to the left side of the map, essentially. For those wondering why I didn't practice before streaming, this was the whole point. The whole point is to figure it out during the stream. Oh, I could get out of this one. Ah! What the hell? Whoa, I didn't even know that it's a thing. That is sick. How do I jump up here, though? Ah! It must be something with that. Thank you for IQ plus. IQ plus almost, yeah. Fair enough. When Rick Roll comes up, mods, skip it. Not this song. Why? Oh, that was sexy. You can't even lie. Yo, this whirlwind is actually really helpful. Maybe I have to use that to get up. What does this do? Ooh. Nope. Okay. We'll probably just have to go up. Ow, my ass. Oh. No. No. Ah. That was close. Such a hater. I am a hater. Rick Astley. Bro, how? How can I long jump? Is it because I'm that close to the wall? That's probably why, actually. Please struck me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Really? Are you kidding me? I was trying to go in the middle because that's what I saw people do. But you know what? Let me just try to actually get the star. I'm still confused though how many stars I should get in there. I feel like I've seen speedrunners get 3 there. I'm gonna go for 3. But then my thing says 10, so oh, give me the river road. Give me your penis tonight. I like this song. What are you doing? Why are you crouching into the wall? Stroke. 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 I'm gonna have a stroke. There we go. That's what she said. Huh? Am I pressing the wrong button? No, I'm not. Pick up the goddamn shit, bro. What are you doing? There we go. Whirlwind, come here, baby. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, it went back. It went away. How do you run up these? I see people running up these. Oh, you could legit just run up it? Yo, let's go, baby. Struck me, struck me. I got one. Someone had mental beat. I promise it's a good song. You could just wait till your song's finished, but Nathan's a nice guy, so. So you could say thank you to Nathan. I'm gonna go for one more. Oh my god. This is world pace, baby. World pace, world strats. Oh, that was actually close to being good. This is world pace, yeah. How'd you know? Alright. We're gonna pause it. Some of you guys might say, why are you pausing it? Because we reached 1 hour, yay. That's not why. Because there's something off here. My segments don't feel right. So like if I look up 16 stars speed run SM64 best route for beginners. I've looked stuff like this up before. Ooh, this song sounds mad good. It sounds like blues. How you doing, Cortez? I would copy the strats in this video. So you see they have 6, 8, 9, 11. 9, 11. I don't want 9, 11. Going up to... Okay, so they do have 11 here. Which means I'm the dumbass that screwed it up. Bits FS. Yeah, I think I'm the one that screwed up. That's good news. Paces. Let's unpause. Yeah, 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 yeah. Woo! Ooh, wow. All right, take our time, Ping. Take your time. Nope. Oh! I didn't even know I could do that. What the hell? No! All right, I'll try it again. Please move cursor. Oh, sorry. What if you use the fire to get up there? The fire hurts me, and then it makes me like move faster. I think it would make me move too fast, and I would just like die. Ooh, that was pro strats. Did you guys see that? You know what? Let's get the whirlwind going.
High places.
Ooh, I want to get there, to be honest. I want to get to that star. There's like an extra star you could get here, but I want to get that star. I don't know what to do to get that, though. I think I have to hit this guy, and then he makes me fly. Yes! Oh, so close, bro.
La, 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 la. High places.
I'll get this one to... Stop it! Stop! I wasn't trying to go... Ah! I hate my life. Exposed for using an emulator. Get him, Nintendo.
No!
What do you mean? This is legal. I own the game on the DS, so... Places so close yet so far. I know. That's exactly how it feels. Oh my fucking god, bro. Pick up the box! Yo, I think this is world record pace. Never mind.
To the high place.
Oh my god, that's what speedrunners do. They actually do something like that. Yo, that's legit what speedrunners do. Let me jump on your ass. Come here, big boy. You see, that makes me go faster when they hit me with fire. Alright, you know what? It's fine.
Going up to the high places.
Use that to go to the star. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, bro. This song sounds great. What are you talking about? This is old school, baby. Before you were born, before I was born, before both of us combined were born. There's an old school music. I like this type of music. Ah! Oh, that side flip was sexy. You can't even lie.
To the high places. Going up to the high places.
I need to get this guy's attention. Where is that asshole? Come here, big boy. Wait, can I use the bird to fly? Where'd he go? The hell? There he is. Oh, you fascist! Your songs are better? Nope, this song is better. Yeah, I got this. I got this. Bro, guys, I'm learning how to play this game better. It's okay. Where are you going, you Mario Kart? Jesus. What are you doing? There you go. Watch this. I almost died. It put the wrong song. Well, it put the better song. This song sounds mad nice. You guys are just haters. I don't know if you don't like the song, but... Oh, the Tim... that's what you were trying to put? Oh, I like that song too. The first time I heard it was Jump King, right? When you put it the first time. I think he put Mental Beat for you, bro. Oh, or are you saying this is the wrong... Yes? Oh, okay.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah? Oh. Just wait for your songs to finish. Oh. Let's go around. I think I have access to it. I think I'm just a dumbass. Wow, indeed. Ah! Oh! Wow. Wow. By the way, are the other rewards able to be claimed? I might have pressed the wrong button. Now they... No? Oh, now they should be. That's my bad. That's when I do a real speed run. I want to turn them off, you know what I mean? Now it should be good, though. Yes, about me putting it on Jump King. Yeah, let's go, baby. Why? Because if I'm in the middle of a world or like a personal best speed run, I have to actually put my... I have to submit it so it gets recorded on the website. So obviously, if I get a good run and I have to report it, you know, I don't know if it would count. Stop! You see how fast it is when they hit you with the fire? I don't think it would count if I had like literally like parts of the actual game not showing. So doesn't seem to be working. What? I pressed the resume button. Really? It should be coming back shortly. God damn it. Skip! Skip! Mod, skip! Ban God. Skip it. Don't ban God, but skip. Okay. Thank you, doctor. Jesus. That was torture. Let's try this. Okay, okay. I found another way to get up here. Stop hitting me with fire, you fascist. Okay, this song sounds like trash. Ah! Because I don't like Juice WRLD. Personally. Reward is temporarily unavailable. Wait, you guys are actually right. What the hell? I got you guys. Resume all rewards. Bro, I pressed the resume all rewards button. The fire? Huh? Why is it not working? What's going on? Reward is temporarily unavailable. Looks like I'll have to do it myself, boys. Wait. Huh? Oh, try to refresh the page. That's the only thing I could think of. Try to refresh the Who skipped the song? You didn't need to skip it because I didn't like it, but yeah, I didn't like it. That's weird. Sorry. Oh, Nathan skipped it? Oh, that's sweet. Sorry. Sorry, but thank you. Literally, rap music is the only type of music that I'm just like, I don't want to hear that. Bruh. I didn't think this would be that hard. Oi, oi, oi. Gomen nasai, bro. Welcome back, baby. I'm still not hard. You'll be hard right now, baby. Pokemon rap. Even the Pokemon rap gets kind of annoying, but it's okay. Oh! Oh my god. No! Oh. No! Oh. No! What the hell? I'm gonna leave because you're too sexy. I used to like Juice old stuff, but all the new stuff is scuffed because they're completely unfinished sound bits. My name is Elliot. I'm not very smelly yet. True. I used to say that back in the day. There should be a psych one. A psych. I feel like we have so many sound alerts though. Someone said an uwu also, but like I don't want to like spam like I don't want to have too many. A psych one would be nice though, because it could work well. Maybe we add it. And then I buy psych. Okay. Bruh. You know what's the good news though? When I attempt to speedrun in the future, it'll be better than this. Anyone who uses Uwu gets insta-banned. Yeah, I felt like Uwu would be like okay, but I was like, Ah! God damn. I don't know what the point of that is, to be honest. Ah! Oh, that was actually good. Take your time, Ping. Yes! Finally, Jesus. It will. Oh. Split. Let's go. What do I go into? Fire? I go into the fire now, right? He says that ooh redeem, not saying it in chat. Nah, strong as a rock. I've seen enough speedrunners to know what the hell to do here. Ah! Oh my god, I'm an idiot.
Hello there.
I can see you. Oh, he scared me. Well, he didn't scare me. Yeah, they could see you. Let's go full screen. Boom, my sister. Hi. I'm speed running. I'm speed running. Don't ruin it. Yeah, the door's open for Caspi. You could turn it off. Turn it off. You could close it. You could close it. Ah! I'm almost world record, Emily. Huh? World record. They give you $10,000 if you get world. Yeah, if you get world record, they give you $10,000. All right, bye. Bro, Emily screwed me up. Your brother has no life. Emily, your brother has. Wow, you're so funny. Speedrun Pokemon Red. No. Speedrunning Pokemon games takes a lot of skill. More skill than this, in my humble opinion. Okay. Bro! I know why he's not wrong, Ping. You were doing so good, though. We'll do good now. Don't worry. Oh, you guys don't even see it. I'm an idiot. Oopsies. I don't know why the camera is like all screwed up today. It's like laggy. But it's okay. You guys aren't here to look at my face. Bro. I just broke the game again. There we go. I don't understand how you do this without going into the fire. Is it going all around? Okay, that's good. Ah! Ah! You asshole. It's not wrong, Ping. Which one? Wait, which Pokemon? Wait, what? Which one? What? Yeah, that was a bully. I'm gonna have to ow! I'm gonna have to kill him for bullying me. They're all bullies on this map. Ah! I need coins. Wait, it stopped spinning? Oh, it spews lava. What the hell? That's so cool. Stop spinning! Yes. Watch this, watch this. Come here, baby. Fall off! Ah! You fascist! How do people do this? Mayro, like he's doing this for his life. I am doing this for my life. If I don't get on sub 30, sub 3 hours, I get shot in the face. So, oopsies. I don't know what I did there. Oh, I'm supposed to hit into them with velocity. I hit you, baby. Yeah, you fall off, bitch. Ah! Get out of here. Let's go. Nobody saw he waits 3 hours. Wait, what? Ah! Oh. Jesus Christ. How many stars is that? 12? We need 15 here. So we got to get a lot in this area. Outplayed. Sheesh. You see, I actually remembered that from watching streams. Jesus, I suck ass. I don't actually suck ass. Not that there's anything wrong with doing that, but I just don't do it. Ah! Getting too excited. Nice song. This is the song. What the hell? Okay, well. No, I didn't forget to do the split. I need to get a bunch more stars in here. Unless I'm a dumbass. I might be a dumbass. Let's watch. Oh. So this is supposed to be 12 and then 15. I'm pretty sure you get like 3 stars in here. So there's no split. Oh. Damn, look at that quality. Oh, you have to get the red coins. That's what you gotta do right here. Yeah, you gotta get all these red coins for a star. Wait, there's only 1 star in there? Bro, I've seen people go for more than 1. Yo, this game mad confusing, bro. I feel like there's so many different things you could do here. And up, 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 you're going up. Okay, I guess that's what I had to do. Different routes, probably almost nobody uses this route. Well, I don't know about... the thing is, I've seen so many speedruns. People definitely use that run, but for 16 star, they might not use that run. That might be what it is. Yeah, he has 12 stars here, and then he continues. I guess I will split here. Wait, get away. Ugh. So where does he go, though? He just goes in that door, and he does that. And then he goes in there. Oh, God. Okay, let's try it. Let's see if you remember my birthday. Back with Soup and Tapatio. Nice, Tapatio. Your birthday is today. I don't remember. But I probably have it written down. Bro, I could do sub 20. That guy screwed up so bad on that. And I just did it so beautifully. How do you talk to them? Oh. It's the same button as jumping. We're going up, up, up. That only took 6 minutes, the lava part. You said it wrong? Yeah, I know I did. Oh, wait, when's my birthday? I know you know. Yeah, I have it written down. Wait, what did I just press? Huh? Alright, let's go in there. Bro, I barely remember like IRL friends' birthdays. You think I'm gonna remember your guys? Well, actually, I spend more time with you guys than IRL friends, but... Oh, that's such an easy jump. Let's go. It's February 30th. Good one. For some reason, I wasn't... God damn it. I wasn't that dumb, and I understood that February 30th is not a thing. I have your birthday written down somewhere. Yeah, you see, do you even have mine remembered? That's what I thought. But it's okay. Nathan, I know your birthday was recently. I'll be honest, I don't memorize anyone's birthday. Like, but when you guys tell me, I remember how I tried to remember your birthday. If that makes sense. I think we went this way. Yeah. Wait, can we go this way? Maybe not. Oh yeah, it is the push-up day. April 12th? Nope. Where am I going? I'm a speedrunner. Come on, Ping. What are you doing? What would you think is close? March 9th for meh. All right, let's just go around. I don't know what the hell to do there. Oh my god, stop it. Bruh, I'm done. My friend's birthday is May 20th. The month, then you're not close. March 9th for me. Oh, I think I remember how to remember how I remembered your birthday actually. God. Because it's the same day as mine, but different month. You're kind of close. My friend's birthday is May 20th. I'm September 7th. Right, September 7th. I have it written down. Hey, Chudo, what hat would you want? See, I have to get to that star. People always wall jump or something on that. Oh, is that what they do? Oh, that was close. Come on. Guess my birthday. Whoever gets May 9th. Yes, my birthday is May 9th. Should I just try to go around again? Let's just try that. We're going to skip that one for now. Wait, what? Was it not here? No! What? That's off to you. Oh, yeah, I gotta get a hat. Wait, give me a second. Shit. Oh, wait, it's there. Bro, there's another star somewhere here, though. The camera's so annoying. I thought it was here. Oh. Stop going in the goddamn door. Saved your birthday so I always know. Aww. It took you long enough? Just kidding. Can you not do that? Alright, let's go to the other area. Don't hit me, don't hit me. We have to get up there. Ow! Somehow. Oh! Thanks for the cheering! You see the lights going off? Thank you. Let me go get a hat. Pause. Oh! I'm running over my jacket. Thank you so much for the cheering, Churo. Gato gozaimasu. Appreciate it. It's my brother's birthday. It's May 8th. Alright, go shower. By the time you come back, we'll be done, baby. Remember how many push-ups you have to do for my birthday? 100, I think? 200? Something like that, right? Latitude is trying its best. Huh? Saved you birthday, so I always know.
Quietly lurking.
Thanks for the lurk, Dudo. Appreciate it. At 22, May 20, May. That's a lot of math, bro. May 30th. Okay. I don't know if I'll remember that, to be honest, but. Wait, can I not jump on this red thing? Oh, I could. Wait, that actually worked. Oh, wait, this is where I started. I'm an idiot. Okay, there must be a way to do this. We're gonna pause and watch how the guy does it. Gotta catch 'em all. So does he go back in? He does go back in. And he goes to the same exact area, but this time he does the balls. I don't know what the hell people doing with the ball. Whoa. Oh, that's what it was. Okay, so we could do the balls one after. Let's see first this one. Okay, what the hell is this guy doing? He triple jumps and then wall kicks? And then long jumps, I think. No, he double jumps. He doesn't even triple jump. He double jumps, wall kicks. Okay, let's try it out. I think we need the taco. Bruh. Bruh. I think we need to taco about that ad. Good one, good one. 200? I gotta work on my push-ups then. Sheesh. All right. Bro, stop moving. I like this song. This is a very good, feels good, feel goody song. Let's try it out. Is that not what he did? Tell me your IP. 754-728-7277. A lot of sevens. Damn it! Is that not what the guy? Ah! Is that what the guy did? Bro, how is a lantern see-through?
Wow.
Wow. Why did that work? Because it's my IP address. What do you mean, why? Bro, I'm gonna go crazy here. No, I'm not. It's okay. I'm not even lying. How did that work? I told you how. Yeah. I actually love that, Churo. What a great combination of emotes. Oh, I think I know how to do this now. And the camera change? Thank you. Oh, yes. Oh. That's a beautiful combination. How's life going, though, Churo? Leads me to an abandoned hospital? What are you doing with the IP addresses? I wonder what happens if you go the other way. Whee! Okay, so triple jumping. What am I doing? You know, let's go for the other one first. You sell IP addresses? Wow. It's pretty cool. I mean, what? Why? What? Where? Where, why, when, and how? Bro. I'm actually trash. Okay, there we go. I don't know why I screw that up so often. Great, I killed an animal. Maybe if I do it at a different area. Watch there. To swat you and get cash? Nice. Oh! Bro, like... This is so hard. That's what she said. It's ever since the taco. Did someone say triple? You probably do that one a lot. That's actually a good one. Did someone say ping? Can you make a joke with that? And emotes? And like you're pinging me or something? I don't know. How the hell do I get up there? Stupid spider. Let me know. Useless spider. That's what you are. I don't get how this guy did that. It's like... maybe if we go the other way? He went live just as I said that. Lol. What is he playing? Breath of the Wild? Oh!
Hello there.
Bro, I'm getting demolished. What's up, Gone Monkey version?
Jelly bean time.
Thanks for the jelly bean. Always appreciated. Oh, I forgot to unpause. Bro, you guys gotta remind me. I'm being dumb. Well, you don't have to, but I'll take this time to have a jelly bean. It's an orange one. God damn. Take this time to make my face a bit brighter as well. What is this song? Oh. Oh. This is the worst one in a while. Making thumbnails? Oh. This song? It's okay. It's the... I don't know. Am I going the wrong way? No, I'm not. What flavor is it? I don't even know how to describe it. It's throw up, I think. It's nasty. Making thumbnails. Okay, cool. Yeah, overflow is great. If you're talking about the hentai, it's a great hentai. Wait, what? Why are you whatting me? It's what else are you talking about? I think I could triple jump and then wall kick. Oh, he dives, I think. Or maybe he doesn't. You thought it was a normal show? Nope. Don't watch it if you don't want to see anime. I mean hentai. Ah, you fascist! How does this guy do it? Look, look. He gets in. He jumps twice right onto the wall. Jumps twice. And kicks off the wall. Jumps twice and then kicks off the wall. Yeah. I gotta get it. Not a normal show. Down, 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 round, 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 round. How did I know that? Stop it! Why does it do that? Okay, that was bad. That was bad. Wait, that was bad. That was bad. That was bad. Pretend we just came in, ping pong moosters. Oh. What are you putting on? What was that? That was dumb. How do I keep screwing this up? I gotta learn how to wall kick better. There we go. Let's just practice that for now. Bro, skip this. Stop putting non-songs. I'm gonna ban you. God. I know it's you who did this. Requested by you. I'm gonna ban you. Stop doing that. It's annoying. Thank you.
Oh my.
Flashbang? Damn it, it killed him. This sounds terrible. What is this? Oh my god. And why can't I wall jump? Oh god, is it Friday Night Funkin'? That music gets so annoying. Only when you play it, it's okay. I think I'm just gonna put my music at this point. Sorry, God. I'm putting my music. I can't put all this. I don't want to hear any of this. Okay, I'm sorry. Too much for my brain right now. Trying to think in this game and hearing this music, too much. Too goddamn much. Emma, what's up? How you doing? Let me look for music. Let me look for music. All right, this is much more chill. Maybe a little too chill. Jesus Christ. What should I put? I'll put this playlist. If it's not loud enough or too loud, let me know. It should be good volume. Yeah, it should be good volume. Okay. No, I don't want you guys to play music anymore. We'll just listen to my music. An I emote? There's an I emote? How you doing, Emma? Why can't I figure this goddamn thing out? I think maybe you have to hit it straight up. Yeah, it seems like you can't hit it at an angle. Yeah, I keep hitting it at an angle. That's my problem. I just was gonna play this. Yeah. Bullshit! I know you weren't. You probably don't even know what this is. Why is this so hard to jump? Like, I feel like there's no other way to get there. Ow. We're gonna go get the other star and then try to figure out how to get this star. So you... I was gonna play something better. I highly doubt that. But I guess it is possible that you could have played something better. Where's the goddamn thingy? There we go. Oh. Let's go. Yes. Okay, this is good. This one I think I could get with some with some effort. But here I think he does a side flip. And then dives. No, stop going in the goddamn door. Let's see. Oh, how's it not? Oh, maybe I don't have access to it yet because I have to get the other star. Oh, that's probably what it is. Imagine I spend like another half an hour there. Sheesh. Okay, I have to figure out a way to get to get this star. I have no way. I have no idea how to do it. Alright, give me coins. I need health. Come on. Ooh, woo. I got you. Bro. Huh? This is like harder than giving birth. Not that I would know what giving birth is like. Okay, we're gonna watch him one more time. I think I'll get it this time. He goes in, turns, jumps. It looks like he jumps at an angle, but he waits until the end of the animation, maybe? Oh, you guys didn't see it, but I looked at it again. Excuse me. What the? I did not mean to do that. And well, let's resume the timer. The goddamn lantern. Thank you. I unpaused it though. Bruh. 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 That's what it'll look like he did. This is actually like super hard. By the way, Doctor, did you get any more stuff? You got like 10 left, right? For the golden strawberries? Is it capable of murder in your friend group? I believe most people are capable of murder. Okay. I think in circumstances, most people, including you, me, and everyone in chat, all my friends, my family, I think everyone is capable of murder. Yes. How do I jump this? Oh, that was actually close. Maybe I could just do it like that. You haven't played today? Oh, okay. Now it won't get ready, big boy. What? Oh! Oh, that's okay. Even my dog? Yeah, I was reading online that dogs, if they're really, really hungry, they would eat their own owners. So, yes. Even my dog. Well, that's not killing, but that's pretty bad too, right? So. Let's go. We're gonna try this one. Cause that's where it feels like I get closest. You know, it's right in between. Bruh. Oh, it's so close yet so far. Oh. What if I backflip it? Oh, he's a good backflipper. I feel like you can't. I don't know. This seems so weird. So even the people in your basement? No, they can't. That would be a decent way to cover up a murder. Make sure nobody will check on them for a few weeks, then put the corpse with their dog. Yeah, that sounds so evil. Jesus. But, well, I guess, yeah. The dog will just eat them. Jesus Christ. Assuming that, the thing is, for a few weeks, like, you know, if you have friends or family or someone in your life, then, you know, it's more likely that they'll be like, where is this guy? After like a week or a few days or whatever. Did I try triple jumping it again? How am I gonna get 20 minutes, guys? Ooh, that felt good. That one felt good. Make an excuse about them going on vacation. I don't know. With the internet and everything, I feel like my mom speaks to people in like Israel or like other family members, you know, often enough that like I feel like most people probably do. I don't know. I don't think that would work. Put a poisonous plant on top of a bare body so they can't dig it up. Nah, they would probably just wear gloves or whatever to dig it up. But maybe then they wouldn't like think to even look there. So that would be a good idea for that. Good job, guys. Giving ideas for murderers. Someone in chat is gonna do something now. It's so dumb, like, or it doesn't make sense. Like, it's see-through sometimes, but sometimes it's not. I don't get. Okay. Little me. Let's try to triple bow. How do you triple jump? Yo, I love backflipping now. Ooh, that felt good. That's what she said. Okay. Ah! Guys, what the hell am I supposed to do here? I don't get it. I gotta watch something. How to get HMC star. We'll pause. I think it's fair to pause. I don't know what the intended way is.
Points and L. The different.
Not this one. Yes, this. What the hell?
If you miss it,
Okay.
it's a lot easier than having to set it up the position manually.
Yeah, I can't do that.
I mean, if you miss it, you just
What?
or sorry, side jump there. Try to make sure you're as close to the corner as you can.
Get close to the corner. What? He did that so easily. Okay. But now I know that is a way. What? Why did it go back to the beginning? What happened? Did I die too many times? I don't know the intended way. You mean endangered, not poisonous? What? No, I think you meant poisonous. Oh, but endangered is even better. Because if you have an endangered plant, yeah, that's even better than poisonous. And an endangered poisonous. Yeah, what Nathan said, both. Endangered poisonous would be best, probably. What I'm living with. This way. Okay, why do you do that? There we go. Let's go. Come on. Let's go. I've never messed that one up. Oh, I felt like that was close. Okay. Let's try this. Let's try what this guy did. Oh! That was close. He said get close, right? As close as you can. And then turn around, right? Oh, okay. Jesus, the controls are so, like, wonky. Texas butthole tickling bandit has finally been captured. What? Oh! That was perfect. I don't even know who that is, but... We are ho. I don't know what the intended way is, but I don't see any other way, so... Plus, who cares? I'm gonna improve myself by doing this anyway. Did not mean to do that. Oh. The timer was always running, guys. At this point, I think it'll be 2.5 hours. Oh my. Bro. I'm actually triggered. I want to know why I keep screwing it up like that. Ooh, I almost grabbed it. That's what she said. Grabbed it by the... Yes! Yes! That took me like half an hour to do. Now I gotta make sure not to screw up this next jump. Turn around the camera, you stupid. Oh my god. Why doesn't the camera turn? Yo, the camera in this game is so stupid. Yes! Oh, yes. God damn, bro. Oh my god. Alright. I gotta save, though. Gotta go back in for one more, I think. Yeah. IQ increase. The ground from Granny is a real person. What's Granny? I don't know why I killed that. Stop it. Stop it. There we go. Okay, I'm assuming this one opens up now. If it doesn't, then I have no idea what to do. Okay, come on, Bing. No, it's not open. Guys, why is it not opened up? Huh? I have 14 stars.
Easy. So, and then, again, close to the corner, log jump over. Easy. It's not a hard jump.
It's not a hard jump. Shut up. Look, this guy has 14 stars, goes back in, and gets it. But it's blocked off for me. Guys, am I going insane? Stop doing the camera thing. Granny Issa game? I don't know what that is. It hasn't opened because chat hasn't opened their... Good mod. Oh, never mind. I'm a dumbass. Let's go! Hell yeah! I could press the split button. Hey, Texans! Changing your name to Freezer? Thanks for letting me know. Why Freezer? You see, because you said that, Doctor, we got it. Okay, I have no idea how to do Mips clip. Not even gonna lie. We're gonna watch this. So he gets it, and then what does he do? He jumps to the straight away. Then he goes to the left side and tries to catch the bunny. Yo, this is actually probably gonna be the hardest part of the entire run. He catches the bunny eventually. And then this is, bro, I don't understand how to do this. You don't get that star. You have to do this shit. I don't even know what the hell. What the hell did this man do? I'm gonna have to learn how to do this. There's no easier way to do this for the 16 star, from my understanding. And then you have to do it again right here. Okay. So if we could do those two things, we're lit. Will we be able to? Probably not. Freezer's 88? Oh, okay. It's good you keep the 88 there. Why freezers? Out of curiosity. There we go. All these rooms connect. Damn it. Stupid ass bunny. Ooh, that should have worked. Is it that hard to catch? Jesus. Ah! Bunny! Asshole. Asshole bunny. Bro, what? I thought this would be like easy. The easiest part to catch him. Ooh, yes! Honestly. And you're not supposed to pick up this star. You're supposed to ignore the star. Damn, look at this dumb rabbit. And now I have no idea what to do. I have to take him to one of these doors. Which door do I take him to? God damn it, bro. From you. Oh, you take him to the door that you just went through? You're supposed to clip through the door. That's not the door we went through. Is it? Maybe it is. I can't tell anymore, man. Alright, the fire area. Past the fire is the star. Okay, the fire area again. Where does he get it? Honestly. Oh, it's right there. Okay. Everyone is so untrue. So I think it's this way. Say what I see. Yep, it's this way. Okay, awesome. Now the possibly the hardest part of everything.
Sorry, it's just hard to do, right? It's 12 and do. They
Okay.
do that. I mean,
He gets all the stars, blah blah blah. Get to the MIPS.
on it's your choice.
Huh?
Hello and welcome to this Super Mario 64 speedrun tutorial, where today I'll be teaching you how you can beat this game in under 20 minutes. Now first things first, speedruns have rules. In US or Japan, ground pound
Okay,
tricks
okay.
in the run as it
Okay.
bounces.
Okay.
Here it shows you. Don't press the jump button at any point during this. The game will do it for you.
I pressed the jump button. I'm a
bad
dumbass. Okay.
Long
We gotta watch
easy
this.
stuff.
I gotta watch this off stream or something.
Press B to talk to him and he'll give you a free star. Here. Okay,
Yeah.
one last time. Side flip and then a wall rabbit. Let you miss him there, you can do a dive at a time. Take him to the basement
Okay,
entrance.
this is the part, bro. Hear me out. I'm listening.
And run up against the door. When he's about halfway between the right side of the door and the wall, press Z to drop him. If successful, you'll be inside the door. Gently turn.
Z. 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 What are you, Ed? It is Z. Alright, guys. I'm gonna try it. First time. I have to drop him and then drag it. Pick him up again. Damn it. That's not what I'm supposed to do. This is not as... It's not that hard, guys. I got this. No! Oh, he's still there. Basically, the whole thing is you can't pick him up and go through the wall, so you have to, like, freeze through the wall. Which is really hard.
Turn around on the spot, pick the rabbit back and drop him. If successful, you'll be inside the door. Gently turn around on the wall, press Z to jump up against the door. When he's about halfway between the right side of the door and the wall, press Z.
Huh. Try. Come on. Bruh. No. Bruh. Is this even the right door? This is not even... Wait, this is not the right door. I don't think this is the right door. Unless... Yeah, I don't think this is the right door.
To drop him. If so, turn around and put him back on the other side.
Yeah, this is not the right door. It's good I didn't keep trying. Jesus. Where are you, bish? Where's the stupid rabbit? There you go. No wonder it didn't work. The Big Bang happened 13.8 billion years ago. Matter can't be created or destroyed. All of our bodies are made of matter. That means we're all 13.8 billion years old. So yes, Officer Shield is old enough. You know what? That actually makes sense. Matter can be created, destroyed. Just pull up some Hawking radiation. Oh. I didn't know that. Bro, these doors look identical. You telling me it was this door this whole time? Oh my god, bro. But watch, first try. Damn it. Should probably check if it was this door. Is it this door? Okay, this looks like the door. You hear, rabbit? I'll punch you in the face. What is this camera angle, bro? Oh my god. What the hell's going on with the camera? Oh my god, bro. It doesn't let me change the angle. Bro, this game is freaking broken. Oh, there we go. Yeah, this guy kind of went from the left to the right side. Oh! I did it! Pick him up. No! Shit! Oh, it was a close IQ plus. It's like one of the hardest things to do, I feel like. Not scuffed at all. You know why vegans don't moan during sex? Because they're afraid to admit that some meat makes them happy. Those are funny. It's freezers. Oh, cool. Yep, it changed. Damn it. Oh, I did it again. Turn around. No, why does he open the door? How do I turn around without opening the goddamn door? I'm actually a noob. A noob. Oopsies. Oh my god. That is not what I meant to do. Yo, Bunny, I'm so happy you don't run around after the first time. Bro, it's happening again. Oh my god. Game! Stop being stupid. Stop being retarded, game. Okay, here we go. Okay, that was my fault. Okay, that was my no. Oh, it's gonna do the thing again. You like my hat? Thank you. You could thank Churo for redeeming it. By the way, are the other rewards available now or still not? Okay, I keep screwing it up now. Yes. Yeah, I can't screw it up now. How do I turn around without opening the door?
Quietly lurking.
Bro, I don't get this. What the hell? Thanks for the lurk. If you enter a room with 100 dicks, how many would you choke on? All of them. All 100.
Side of the door. Now that we have the on the spot, pick the rabbit back up. If successful, you'll be inside the door. Gently turn around on the spot, pick the rabbit back up. Turn
Am I supposed to
successful, you'll
gently?
be inside the door. Gently the door on the wall, press Z to drop him. If successful, you'll be inside the
He turns around while crawling. Crawling. You must be a noob. Hell yeah, I am a noob. I would choke on all of them. Okay. Come on. Come on. Are you serious? Ooh. Now gently turn around. Ooh, you have to crouch while turning around. That's why. What the hell? What are you doing in that door, bro? Turn around. Turn around. What is he's doing a new dance? What is this? Okay. Okay. Yes. 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 Eat him! Take the goddamn rabbit! Mario, what are you doing? Take him! Take him! Oh, stop breakdancing. Oh my god. That was the closest I've gotten, though. I do like to choke. It's on purpose. Maybe I have to get the rabbit closer. Okay. I've actually gotten this a couple of times. It was easier than okay. I'm speedrunning, bro. I'm trying to basically go through the door and bring him with me. It's a glitch done so you could save time. Or if you're me, it's a glitch done so you won't save time, but I hate when it goes through the door. That gets annoying. Like that. Like, bro. Stop it, Mario. You're an asshole. I hope you die, Mario. I hope you save Princess Peach and you get horny and then Bowser just freaking punches you in the face and you die and then he has sex with Princess Peach in front of your goddamn face. You stupid character. Anyway. Come on, grab him. Bro, how was I doing this so well? Oh, I wasn't doing it so well, but Bro, stop going through the goddamn door, you loser! And then it screws up the camera. Oh, okay. Alright, this time I got it. Okay, that's fine. That's fine, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Da, 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 da. Yes! Okay. Now I want to crouch and take him. Yes! Yes! I did it, baby! Let's go! Where is this asshole? I don't see him. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, now I gotta do a similar thing again right here. Wait, can I jump with him? Oh, I could. Oh, stay. I have to do this without bringing him with me or without going through or something. Like, you could screw this up heavily, apparently. So let's just watch how this guy does it.
That's right, we're gonna take Rabbit in the same room as the big star door leading to Bowser. Can you guess what we're gonna do? That's right, we're gonna take him over to that door and then put him down in the corner to clip through into Dire Docks. Down in the corner to clip through into...
We gotta put him down in the corner.
That's right, we're gonna take him over to that door and then put him down in the corner to clip through into... That's right, we're gonna take him over to that door and then put him down in the corner to clip...
Oh, that looks sexy. Okay. See, the reason why you could screw up here is if you put him through, then you have to restart everything. I don't want to screw this up. No! Oh, he's still there. Okay. No. Come here, come here. Hop. Where is he? He's glitching. Okay. Damn. Okay. Come on, baby. Clip me through. Yes! I did it! I did it! I got... Oh, I missed. I did it! Whew! That's Mips clip, baby. That's a split. Nice, thank you. Now I have no idea what to do here, so we're gonna pause and look.
Clip through into Dire Docks.
Okay.
Once we get this star, the weird portal thing will move, allowing us to get into the next Bowser level. Swim on through to the back of the submarine, hop up onto its
It doesn't
tail
even
and
show.
kick up to the star.
Okay. It doesn't show how to do it, but that makes me think that it's very easy to do it. IQ plus, let's go. Okay. I gotta dive down. Okay. Oh, this is easy. How do I go faster? I'm losing health. Can he swim faster? He's like stupid. Oh shit. Okay, there's coins down there. I feel like there must be a way to go faster. Why is Santa always jolly? He's touching little kids. Bro, how do you go faster? No! I restarted it by accident. I pressed the button that restarts. There must be a button that makes you go faster. There's no way that he's this slow. That you just gotta spam the swimming button. It only uses like... Huh? How are you falling? Oh, I figured it out. Okay. So it's the jumping button, but the other jumping button doesn't do it. That's really weird. Mrs. Claus is a ho ho ho. He knows where all the naughty women are at. I thought you were gonna say girls. I was about to say, bruh, chill. But I guess that's fair enough. Do I go down here now? I must, right? Okay, I have to get on the back of the ship or something. Where is this ship? Oh, it's there. Let's do this. Da-da-da-da. I think this skips the level also, or something. Get up. I'm gonna take half an hour to figure this out now. Yes. Huh? Jump! You fascist! Oh my god, this is like... this is so hard. Okay. Okay. Oh my god, it's so easy to like screw this up. What the hell? Oh my god. He also knows where the naughty little girls are. Bruh. Bruh. Turn around.
Bruh.
Oh my god. What? Freezers. This is harder than it looks. Stop getting stuck, you idiot. Okay, we got this. We got this. I can't get mad. Then I won't be able to practice much. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to kick. I'm trying to do that. Ow! Wow! Wow, indeed. Okay. That's what I'm trying to do. Ah, you literally slide off of it. No, stop it! Oh, how did that feel up your crotch, bro? It doesn't exist and existence is pain. True. Bruh. Oh. Bruh. Okay, this part is relatively easy to get on. This part is annoying. But I think once I get it like 1 or 2 times, we should be good. I think my speedrun record right now is going to be like 2.5 hours.
Wow.
Wow, indeed. Bro. Guys, I'm going to get 20 minutes in this game in a month. Can you guys believe that? Because I can't. Bro. 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 Mario, stop. Mario, stop it. This is why I like Luigi more. You suck ass. You suck. Mario, you're a loser. Luigi's taller. He wouldn't have fell. Stop it. Should I just make him drown because he's an asshole? 2.5 hours just for... No, honestly, BLJs, I'm going to do really quick. Because I have a good... I play music, so I have a good sound for rhythm. I'm just bad at everything else in life, okay? I think BLJs I'm going to be pretty decent at. All right. Believe it or not. I thought this would be much easier, though, to be honest. What? Maybe it's only from the left side? Maybe that's why. Bro, what are you doing, Mario? Suck my penis hole. What are you doing? Oh my god. I'm clapping my hands because you're right. Luigi has bigger balls and he's taller. That's what I'm saying. It's okay. Okay, Ping. This is not a speed run. No need to get mad. If you get mad, you want to stop playing. If you want to stop playing, you'll never beat the record of 20 minutes for yourself. Okay. Okay. This is actually the most irritating point so far. Not even gonna lie. Stop swimming under the goddamn submarine, loser. My hands are actually sweating. You know what? What happens if we go here, huh? Huh? I'm not gonna do it the loser way. F that. This is what I gotta have to do for the speed run anyway, so. Okay. Take my time. No, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, okay. That was better though. That was better. That was better. If I screw up again like that, I think I might just watch the video again. Okay. Okay, I'm watching the video again. I can't.
Bowser the submarine, hop up onto its tail and silly kick up to the star.
Why does he keep doing that? No, no, I want a different song. This is a good song. Okay. Let's do this. Let's goddamn do it. Yes. Okay. Why does he keep diving? He keeps diving. Okay. That's it. I'm gonna practice out of the water. I'm for sure doing something wrong here. I think it's the direction I'm doing. If you get mad or upset, I'll need to jail time you. Don't do it. Oh, it is working? Jail time? Good. I'm not mad or upset. These things happens. These things happens. Jesus. I have to do this. I have to do this. But for some reason, I keep doing that. I don't know. I don't know the reason. That's the scary part. Or the annoying part, rather. Oh, let's get down to earth. On up right now. Yeah, put me on fire when I'm next to water. I love how water heals you. It's like, why? Makes no sense. Oh. Loser Mario. Okay, I gotta look this up. I gotta goddamn look this up. Boys. How to submarine jump Mario. I must not be the only stupid one, right? So let's not touch my butt. The one I need is so sexy right now. Yeah. Is that no? I'm not getting mad. I'm not getting mad. Don't put me in jail.
All good 16-star runs.
Oh, this guy's.
begin
I've
with
seen him before.
a
I've seen him
perfect
before.
bridge skip and a great attitude. So let's figure out how to
Great
do one of the
attitude,
two.
baby.
First, we're gonna start off with 3 long jumps. Get the final. Now we're gonna now's our getting MIPS. This one's way easier. The
I don't know how I did that pretty easily.
jump
Okay.
doesn't sound so good, right? Now, while we're at the submarine here,
How you do this?
what you're gonna want to do is you're gonna want to. It can be very tricky. You hold down,
Yes,
hit
it is.
A,
That part I got.
right?
I know.
Go for a side flip, or to be safe,
Ooh.
let's go for a triple jump.
No, I'm bad with triple jumps.
And there
I'll
we
go for
have
a
it.
side flip. I'll go for the side flip. Why didn't I think about using other stuff? I'm actually dumb. Okay, we got this. We got this, baby. I'm not getting mad. I'm goddamn excited, bro. Imagine that made it. Oh, let's get down to... Let's go. Okay. Okay, come on. Okay, I think that might be better for me. Because I'm a loser. For now, at least. Maybe for always. I don't know. Okay. Okay, maybe not for always, but... People do triple jumps really easily. I really suck at them. Jump, baby! Jump, baby! For toxins! Or don't. It's okay, Mario. Is this the content you guys wanted? Me failing for 2 hours? I know some of you guys wanted to see this. For Freezer's 99. Oh, yeah. Not toxins. Oops. Okay, well, that didn't work. That didn't work as well as I wanted. I'll try the triple jump now. Call me whatever. I'll call you maybe. But just kidding. I wouldn't do that. All right. Okay, we gotta swim. Swim like your mom is drowning, Mario. Does Mario have a mom? I don't even know. I don't know why the timer is not working, but... Alright, let's try the triple jumping. You see, so many people do it in different ways. And for 20 sub, it's probably... For 20... Under 20 minutes, it's probably a lot of different ways you could do this. I don't think that's one of them. Your failing has always been the core of your channel. That's actually so true. That is true. That is true. Not always the best for me, though. You're not wrong, though. That is very true. I really, I don't know what I'm doing wrong here, though. Fiasco. The song's very catchy. Pretty deep song. Jump, baby. Jump, baby. Jump. Jump. I hope you guys have your speakers on. Jump. Bro, what are you doing, Mario? You're like... Yes. No. Yes. Pauline is Mario's mom. I just Google it, and it's Shauntia Hardaway. It sounds like a D's Nuts joke. What? What kind of name is that? Oh! 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 That took like 20 minutes. No, like 12 minutes to do. Imagine I fell. Let's go, baby. Let's go. I think that's a split, right?
We got the fact twice. Either way, that jump dive.
Yeah, that's a split.
Long jump. It's okay if you...
Whew. I thought you knew who Pauline was. She's actually Mario's sister. Oh, I don't know. I know Luigi is his cousin or brother. I don't know much. I don't know much about life. Oh, this is so cool. I should have long jumped. That was really dumb. Okay. I don't know how I'm surviving right now. All right, let's look. I think I could long jump this. No, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. We're just right outside of this. Wait, if we die too many times, we're screwed. We'd have to do the MIPS clip again. I do not want to die here, guys. Okay, well, I screwed that up already, so. Okay, that's good. Ooh! That was sexy. I didn't even know you could do that. Stop, you fascist! Which way do I go? This way? Nope, not this way. Ooh. No. There must be something to do here, right?
You edge grab here. Go for a triple dive. And now throw Mario into the lava. Change the camera so you don't run into that.
Oh my god, guys. This is going to be crazy. I have to go into the... Okay, there must be an easier way with this, right? This must be easier. Stop. 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 Oh my god. I keep getting so lucky, I was about to say, and then that happened. Wait, can I do a backflip here? Looks like I can't. Ooh, first try. Okay, good. Jesus. You can't song request right now, unfortunately. Where do you go here? Huh? Oh, that's cool. Wait, what? Oh. Oh. Jesus. Okay. Sheesh. Oh my god. No. Okay. I missed the rage.
And give jump
Why do
soap
people
some
love
space.
rage?
Now, I'll see a lot of elementary runners who jump into the lava here, or they jump
All right.
Once Mario's on
I
the
don't care.
all the way up so that you don't camera so that we're jump this way, go for a long jump, another long jump dive,
Oh.
jump dive.
Wow, I was supposed to keep going that way. Mind. I'm so dumb I didn't even realize. Oh, what, bro, guys, that was pro. You guys can't even lie. That was sexy. I gotta change my camera though. Woo! Ooh, that was pro. Okay, I'll take it. Wait, oh. The platform goes up? Okay. Alright. Oh! That was so lucky, bro. Wait, does this go under the... Oh, it does. The song request not work? It's not on right now. It's Spotify music. I turned it off because I didn't want to hear the music. I wanted to just put my music on for a bit. Okay, I've seen people do that. Oh no! I was so close. Yeah, sorry. I'll probably turn it on when we're practicing runs. It's just, for right now, I didn't want to. Oh, this, I didn't even realize this carries you. I'm such an idiot. That makes it so much easier. What the heck? Oh! Didn't know that happens, though. Oh! Oh. Damn it. Yes! Oh, I'm so good at jumping on that. The pole. Who is Mario Judah? I don't know. Damn it! No. Yo, that's like the easiest part for me for some reason. I think changing the camera is what the guy said to do here. Huh? I can't see anything. Huh? Bro, I can't see anything. This is dumb. Oh, okay, I can see everything. I'm not angry. Not raging. Jesus. Ooh, I love the side jumps, guys. It's so cool. Yo, can you not tell me that was sexy as hell? Okay, okay, I almost screwed up. Let me take my time here. Whew. Why jumps are fun. Song quest is not on right now. Triple G says hi. Oh, tell him I said hi back. Shit. Shit. It's okay. Okay, I messed up here before, but I've seen streamers do it, and that's how they do it, baby. Haha, let's go. Oh, I just gotta not die now. Already at 2 hours. Yeah, bro. I got stuck at like certain areas, but I think I got better. Okay. No, 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 no. I thought I got his tail. Let's go. Where's the nearest one? There we go. No. Oh, 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 no. This is my first try, yeah. Jesus. Oh, this is a song in Hebrew. Oh, he just teleported. My guy, how'd you teleport? I need to change the camera to see the... There we go. No! It's harder to throw him than I expected. It's not hard to get his tail, though. It's a little annoying sometimes, but... No! I don't want to die here. Please. Actually, I think I would come back in this area if I died. Jesus, stop teleporting. There you go. There we go. There we go. What? Are you crazy, bro? What's wrong with you? Bro. Oh my god. Browser, you asshole. Oh. Oh, we come back right here though with full health. That's the awesome part. Imagine I somehow fell and screwed that up. We're going for sub 3 hours. I saw that's what people do. They kick. It works. You get to his tail much faster. If you're not an idiot like me. Maybe I gotta bait him. Here, hit me. Hit me! Bro, he mad annoying. There we go. Damn it, he's so fast. It's so funny that his weakness is his tail. Like, bro, you could just spin around for all of eternity. Yo, let me juke him out like it's basketball. Bruh. Ow. Yeah, shoot me, bish. How did I get it so easily in the first time? Okay, I gotta aim better with this. That was so dumb. Oh, so close though. Nope, 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 nope. I think I have to throw him one time here. Jesus, I'm actually trash. If this was going for my personal best, that would be so sad. Okay. Let's go. No! Okay, I gotta get... You gotta build up some speed? Yeah, but even when I build up speed, I don't know where to... Ooh. I get good recover... Oh my god, what are you doing? I get good... Like, I'm good with that stuff, though, which is cool. Yes, get closer to where you're gonna die, bro. Damn it. Hit me, bro. Hit me, Bowser. Try to hit me, rather. There you go. Alright. Yes! No! Oh, yes! I did it. I thought maybe it was too much. Oh, he can't kill me already. Okay, good. Yes! Oh. That was okay. So I guess that counts as a split. Now I gotta get BLJs. Sheesh. Save for sure, bro. I hope I just saved. Yeah, what the hell do I do now?
Especially if you're a new runner. But before that, we have to do some backwards long jumps. Moment, you have a PB riding. Just
Okay.
going all the way.
How do I get to
So you're
BLJs?
gonna want to beat the game. But before that, we have to do some backwards long jumps. To go back into Bowser 2, exit the
What?
stage to go back to the lobby. Now move up to the last part of.
Oh. I don't think I could go back to the lobby, to be honest. Because this is like a different thing. I don't know how it works. Oh, maybe I can. I don't know. Exit course. Never mind. I can. All right.
Of the game here to the left, which is contingent on 2 tricks. Now, go to the
BLJs.
left. This is also pretty annoying. So what you're gonna want to do is basically move Mario right to the left here, go for a double jump, and clip through this wall. This is worth practicing because it's good to get into the habits of these sort of skips instead of just going all the way up. Now here comes BLJs, and now
Oh, I gotta do that first. Let's try it. BLJs is close, which is one of the hardest things for people to get consistently. But let me try to clip through the wall. Or let me just run upstairs. I'll try that next time. Oh, that doesn't even save that much time. All right. It's this. Okay, this is crazy.
there's a lot of videos about BLJs, a lot of theory behind it as well. I would say what helps a lot, because BLJs, let's be honest, they're gonna ruin your runs. Okay, BLJs, just to be completely honest.
All right, tell me how to do it.
There's a lot of there's a lot of annoyances with it, especially in the heat of the moment. You have a PB riding on it. The last thing you want to do is spam A. But here's something that I found, some tricks that I found that helped me get him a little bit more consistency.
I don't even know how to do
So
it.
instead of starting your BLJs really high, I would start lower because I'm not getting many opportunities to spam A all the way up
What the
there,
hell
so
just
you might as well
happened?
give yourself ample room here to maneuver Mario. So start BLJs, ideally at the first step, and instead of just vigorously clicking A a million miles per hour, try to be more intentional here. So only spam A right before Mario lands. And eventually you're going to get them. So eventually after...
So you gotta spam A. Huh. See if I get it, guys. Wait, what? I don't know which button is A on this controller. Wait, isn't A just jumping? Huh? 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 Wait. I'm gonna put sound effects on. No, I don't want to turn song requests on right now. Okay, fine. I'll turn them on. I'm gonna clear what you guys put on them, though. What the heck just happened? Huh? Okay. Clearing everything, though. Okay. I'm clearing all the videos. I don't get how to do this.
Some trial, you're gonna get them. I would say start from the first step and believe. And if you got ample speed up the stairs and you're stuck on the
How to BLJ.
Hey, how's it going? Today we're going to look at how to do BLJ in Super Mario 64. So here we go. First off, you go
Ooh, Japanese song.
and that saves a couple seconds. You just aim for the corner at the edge of the stairs, and then
What's a
you're
long
here.
jump?
So the way I do it, which has an alright success rate, is to line yourself perfectly straight with the walls of the stair above, or at least as straight as you can go.
I think you're
And
just
then
supposed to
once you're
jump,
about
no?
here in line with the
What's a
beginning
long
of
jump?
the railing,
Oh.
start jumping. So little bit so you get a head start. And then from here, once you reach right here, so if you're long jumping, once you reach right there, the bottom stair.
How do you long jump backwards?
And pointing your analog stick towards the top of the stairs. So let's try.
Oh, it's the Yahoos. It's the Yahoos, right? Go backwards long jump? Yeah, I don't know how to do that. But I will find out right now. So this is normal. What the hell? I got 35 minutes. I know. This is long jumping. That's long jumping. So I don't get it. Okay, I think I know what to do. I go all the way up here. What the hell? That's so hard. What the hell? Long jump but move yourself back midair and repeat? I could barely just long jump normally. Oh. I'm starting to get it. Try it on flat surfaces? Yeah. Let me first try a little more here. Damn it. How often do I have to long jump after that? Oh, like this? Okay, I could do that. I could do that. I could do that. Wrong way. It's like backwards though. Oh my god, stop doing that. Ooh. Oh, okay, I'm getting it. When do you stop long jumping though? You did it. You explained it so much better. When do you stop long jumping though? Okay. Jesus, why does he do it so far? I guess I gotta bring him back. When you can't control momentum. Oh. Okay, that was good. Okay, I'm gonna get this. Why did you jump so far? Okay, there we go. Your song is gonna be played next, no? Alright. A lot of concentration. Come on, Pink. Come on, fingers. Stop going so far. Nej, det ser ju ner, bro. I have to hold it. What the hell's going on? I forgot how to do it. I'm gonna just practice up. Okay. Yeah, because someone put on a thing that's like, it takes 2 minutes for the song to start, bro. It takes 1 minute for that song to start. That's on you. Alright, let's try this. Oh! I almost got that. Is this from Naruto? No, no worries, no worries. This is from... Oh, this is so easy to do. I think I'm getting it. Okay, it's not so easy, but I think I'm getting it. Oh, I don't know when to let go, but I guess I could keep doing it. Damn it! There's a timing to it or else you get no momentum. Ah, I see. Oh, I almost got the timing. I'm doing it much better though. My hand hurts. Oh, you could see the momentum starting. No, okay. Honestly, the camera is the most annoying thing. Stop it! I get. Stop it! What? Ah. Oh, I had it! I had it! I had it! I had to let go. Give yourself a second before the next jump. I think I'm giving myself a second, no? What I screw up is actually doing long jumps. I feel like that's my biggest problem. But maybe you're right. I don't know. Bruh. I have to hold A more often. Bruh. Bruh. How many jumps is that minimum to get it? You have to let the stick set to neutral? 4. Oh, okay. Ah. Yeah. Okay. Damn it. Ah. Give yourself a second before the next jump. Let me try to do that. Woohoo. Alright, bye, Dino. Watch, I'm gonna get BLJs. Oh my god. Bruh. 間違えました. You put the same song twice, bro? Oh my god. No, I'm joking. It was just the ending. You can put more songs if you'd like. Especially Japanese songs. We'll be back in 30? Alright. We'll beat the game by then. Whoa. I miss the rage. Mario Judah. Who is that? Oh, I could see it building momentum. But then I don't know what to do. Biome. This is hard, but it's kind of fun for some reason. Huh. My hand hurts so much, though.
And there we go. And there.
It looks like people spam A. I think that's what I'm screwing up to get momentum. I'm speedrunning GTA with an old retro controller. Nice. Is that a thing? Oh! Did I get it? Did I get it? Did I get it? No. Oh, that was the closest though. I think I wasn't spamming those other times. That was the problem. What's up, Nathan? What's up? Stop crawling. Some people doing. I'm just doing it for fun. Nice. What's your time? What do you think your time's gonna be? Oh, I had it. Oh, I know how to do it continuously now. Okay, interesting. Pretend like you're using your hand for something. Yo, then I'll break my controller. 1 hour? Oh, nice. Is that good? I don't know anything about GTA roleplay. Hey, what's up, Chris? Watch this. I'm gonna do this for Chris right now, for Liquided. You ready? You ready, Chris? I always screw this up. I screw this up way too often. Why? There we go. Come on, go in. Go in! Go in! I don't think I'm going in. Okay. I got closer to figuring it out. My hand hurts though. Oh. It's okay. Extreme stretch, yes. I need to extremely stretch my hand. Oh. Oh. close my eyes and take a ride inside. Feel a breeze blow by, oh, I'm getting you high. I always screw up long jumps. Oh, I know why. I know why. There we go. I've only played like a dozen times. Oh, I think I had the momentum then. Oh, maybe not. Keep getting it and then screwing it up. Question of the day. So stop it! Oh. I need to feel the momentum. Do you have to do it from the stairs? This is hard. And there's another staircase after this, right? I actually remember that. But if I get this one, I'll be better for the next one. 6 hours? Damn. Are you gonna play for 6 hours straight, Freezer? Or Toxin? Oh, I had it! I think I have it. Let's see how this guy does it.
Analog stick towards the top of the stairs. So let's try.
Okay. I forgot to keep pressing A. That's what I forgot to do. I don't like this song, to be honest. But if you like it, it's okay. Damn it. Maybe 200 days plus or minus 172. Wait, that's 28. Yo, less than a month. Oh, that's exactly a month. It's the shortest month. Bruh, what is this? It's a garbage remix. Can I skip it? I'm gonna skip it. I'm sorry. A minute and a half of it passed. I'm Mr. H. Yeah, okay. Okay, I'm getting the long jumps more consistently. I think I know what my mistake was for that. I was pressing back too quickly, so it turned into a backflip. Okay. Now I don't know what the hell. Mario, what are you doing? Ow. Oh, I have to go forward first. That's my mistake. I have to go forward first. That's how you do it, boys. Damn it. Oh, it was building up. Oh. Damn it. Oh, and like I can't tell if I'm close or not. This looks promising. Just need to pull it off. Yeah, I don't know when to. Damn, he jumps so far sometimes. I don't know when to do it sometimes. Like. No, Nathan. No more TikToks. Let other people, like, other people are probably discouraged from sending stuff because you send so much stuff. 30 TikToks a week, bro. I feel like that's fair. Come on. Yeah, sorry. After a while, I don't even need to hold back. It automatically goes backwards. I need to keep that in mind. Like after 2 or 3. Oh my god, my hand hurts. You're starting to do the clipping up the stairs. Damn it. Okay, so I don't need to even do the arrows anymore. It automatically clips upwards if you get a certain momentum. So I think that's what I gotta learn. First few times I do it, and then it'll get the momentum. Jesus. Okay. Oh, I know why I keep doing that. Okay. It's just so hard to press the buttons. Oh! Damn it! Maybe I do have to press the arrows, actually. I think I might have been wrong there. But I was starting to get it there. You heard that? Yahoo! Okay. My hand hurts. Oh my god, guys. My hand... Bro. Oh my... My hand is shaking. Jesus Christ. We've been on this part for like 20... I guess this is the hardest part. You guys are right. Oh, was this the original? Oh, this song? This song is so stupid. Oh, how do I do this? But the remix is definitely worse. You've been doing this route for a while? Yeah, I'll take a break soon. Oh, that was so close. I just really want to do this. Damn it! Okay, I'm taking a break. I'm taking a break. This is a dumbass song, alright? I don't like it, sorry. This was... What was the next song? Oh, it was the same song. Oh my god. Guys, this is so hard. What the hell? I think let's watch some videos. You want to put the actual remix? Sure, go ahead. For now, let's just watch some. Let's understand this. God, bro.
On top of here, and same strat for the second pair of stairs. So you go through
Bro, this guy's like, what is this background? It has 500,000 views though. Added to BLJ consistently.
Wow, that was like nearly perfect. Yo, what's up? Frank.
Let's see.
when you're trying to catch yourself on the... Is that better than last run?
This man finished
Hey man,
it almost in
Mario
20
sometimes
minutes.
it's a normal jump when you're trying to BLJ upstairs, you get through the star door into the upstairs.
Oh.
Why he sometimes does a normal jump. So you're saying that
Oh,
when
sorry
you're trying
guys.
to catch yourself on the... Here. Yeah, not watching credits. No PB. I'm just gonna exit, not save my splits because I accidentally clicked split on awesome.
Oh. By the way, are you able to request the
Alright, let's
take a photo and other
let me
stuff?
switch my
Reward is temporarily unavailable still?
Okay.
What the hell?
Are you saying the first set of BLJs or the second? Sounds like you're saying the first, but I want to be clear.
Reward unavailable. I'll look into it after stream.
Oh wait.
Sorry guys.
Up here. I was about to do...
It's kind of pissing me off.
Oh, shoot.
Okay.
Change camera angle as far as I can. What I do is I always click C down and C left. Change camera angle as far as I can over here. And what I like to do is what you're probably doing is, here, hold on, let me just like line it up.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Probably like this,
Yeah.
which is fine. But I always like wow, why are we zoomed in so far? Jeez. Okay, thank you. I always like having a slight angle. For me, I prefer jeez, camera. Excuse me. Okay, good. I like
Oh my god.
I like
My
slight right,
hands.
like facing up and to the right.
Up and to the right.
Oh wait, hold on. You want your first long jump to land on the stairs. So see, I'm almost
Oh my
guaranteed
god.
to catch.
How did he do that?
I'll go through eventually. There it is.
Oh my
So,
god.
oh no, no problem. Yeah, definitely ask questions. It's always good to see people around this game. So yeah, I don't know. A lot of people say like, no, all the stairs are the same height, like doesn't matter. But watch this. I'm gonna go straight on. Oh wow, look at that! I didn't make it. You know.
That's what happens to me.
For some reason, I've always had better luck. I don't know if this is your problem or not, but I'm just like, as a quick tip, like that's too much of an angle. But slight angle. Slight angle.
Starting at the start of the stairs might be what it is. Starting at the start of the stairs. Lol.
Yeah. See? Bam, got it again. I'm not gonna keep. Well.
All right. Let's try a little. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. What are you doing, Mario? What if I don't start from the stairs? I go way too forward. Or wait, yeah, I go way too forward. Oh, I think I'm getting it. Huh. Huh? All right. I gotta watch more. I gotta watch more stuff.
That's the downside of having 120 stars, that you can go through the door, but you get the point. I got it. For me, always works better when I angle it. I don't know. Nobody ever has, like, this is not anything that anybody else does, but I've found that it's pretty.
I don't want to angle it though.
As far as your problem with jumping
I guess that's
out of
probably
it,
fine too.
make sure you're holding down Z the entire time.
Oh.
And a lot of people say, oh, you gotta tap jump, you know, you gotta go like.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's why my hands hurt.
Like when you land, and don't do that. Just mash. Just mash. There's like the only technique I have to this is honestly the angle thing.
Huh. So he's just pressing the same button over and I don't even think I'm mashing that much. I can do it with no music right now. Maybe that's what I need. Okay. Holds it the whole time. Oh! Oh, I did it! Yes! Oh my god, I did it! Whew! It's literally, I literally understand now. It's, I'm supposed to hold on to the button. It's not as hard as I thought it was. It's actually not that hard. Let's go! IQ plus 2. Okay. This, I know you could clip into a painting if you do it to the left, so I have to do it to the right side. Watch, I'm gonna get this really quick, hopefully. Okay. Okay, it's so much easier though now. Whew. Come on! Oh, I stopped myself. Whew. I'll continue the timer. Oh my god. Gotta get this one. I'm assuming it's the same strategy. Okay. Oh, let's move the cursor out of the way. Okay. Whew. Oh, I almost got it. Come on. Look how easy it is for me to like go back into it. I'm still missing one piece of the puzzle for sure though. I'm still missing something that I'm not understanding. It might be timing, but I don't think it's timing. Oh! Oh, that was close. Oh, let's go, baby. Let's go. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Hell yeah. Oh, I understand how to do it now. That's a split, right? After this, I beat the game, bro. I have to beat the game in 13 minutes. I get it. I get how to do them now. Oh! The hell is that? Oh, this is unbalanced. How do you go up this? I probably have to triple jump. I suck at triple jumping. That's the next thing I have to learn, I think. Oh, do I have to bring the box? Alright, we're gonna watch what the guy does. Oh. I closed the window like an idiot. Okay. Where's the goddamn button? Display. YouTube. How to get... Oh, Jesus. I finally understand the... Super Mario... You know what? No. I bookmarked it. Doctor sent it the other day, and this one's good. I have to beat Bowser 3 times, though, so it's probably gonna take a while. Oh, yeah. How did he get up that? What? Long jump? Long... Oh, no. He double jumped, dived, and then ran up. Double jump, dive, run up. Double jump, dive, run up. Double jump, dive. Oh. That kind of worked. Okay. Okay, it worked. I know there's a shortcut here, but I'm not gonna do it. Because I suck too much. Ow. What the hell? Since when does that exist? Oh, interesting. Oh, oh, that would have been so cool. Ooh, I gotta do that. No! No! Oh! No. That's okay, that's okay. Okay, see ya, doctor. I think I'll get it in like 3 hours, 20 minutes. I think next time I'll get it much faster, though. The next run. Which will probably be tomorrow. Oh, you could just run up that. Damn it! Wait. What the hell do I do here? Ah, interesting. I think I'm gonna try the... Yes! Yes! Oh, that's so much easier. No! Okay, we're good, we're good. Okay. This is so cool. It's not as hard as it looks, to be honest. Oop. Maybe it is. No! No! Whew. That must be the way to do that well, right? What the heck? Damn it. Okay. I've seen people saying you could stay on the platform all the way. Okay, I just want full health. We're gonna do that. This is our first time. Go up, go up, go up. Okay. Hydrate? Not right now, bro. But thank you. No! What? Where am I? Yo, this game is hard, bro. Alright, I'm not getting this in 3 hours, but I think it's doable to do 20 minutes. I'm actually really excited. Wait, which way do I go? Eddie, my love. Shit. I could side jump this. I'm gonna side jump it. How did I get this so easily before? What? Okay. Oh no! Yes. Okay. What the hell? Huh? Don't you just dive at this? Did I forget how to dive, bro? Huh? I definitely need more practice, guys. No, I didn't get. How did I do it so easily before? There must be an easier way to do this. Oh, that might be the best way. That's fine. I love this song. Okay, I need to heal with this. Damn it! I wanted to heal more. Whatever. Oh. Okay. I screwed up before here. I don't know how. Oh, I do know how. I didn't take my time with this. See, I didn't know how they work. Okay, we're good, we're good, we're good. No! Oh! What the hell? Okay. Yo, diving is so goddamn scary. Let's go, baby, let's go! We gotta throw him 3 times, though. That's gonna be goddamn hard, bro. Ooh, we grabbed him fairly quickly. Come on. No! Damn it! It wasn't close enough. Shit. Oh, damn. Okay, he's closer to it. Yes, 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 yes. That was so good. Yes. Oh, right there. No, no. Oh my god. It almost hit him. Yes. Oh my god, I'm doing it. Come on. No. He fell off. I think I could actually do this before 3 hours. Damn it, I ran into that. Come closer, bitch. He almost fell. This one, this one, this one. No! hard. Sweet Home Alabama, nice. I gotta stop getting hit by that. No, if I get hit, it's over. It's right here. I just have to hit it. No, I suck. Why is that so hard? I gotta jump over this. What? Damn it. It's okay, it's okay. We're still here. Okay, I could definitely grab him. I already got practice from grabbing him before. Grab him by the tail. So we could do this. Shit. Why is it so much harder to grab him now? Bro, just give me your goddamn tail, bro. What? Okay. Does that hit him? Oh, yes! How did that hit him? I almost did it. Oh, that? Yeah, I figured out the trick. No, no, get his tail, get his tail. No, god damn it. I don't have the 3 hours done though. I died twice to Bowser. I'm definitely not gonna do sub 3 hours in the future though. I've learned so much. You didn't do the trick? I did BLJ. I did it twice. Come on. Can you get closer to me, Bowser? Yes. That hit. I'm trying to jump and catch it. But I'm a suck. I suck. Come on. Damn it, that was so bad. You could probably do sub 2 hours next. Yeah? Maybe. I don't know how to jump over that. Yes. I'm so bad at oh my god, there was one right here. Today, I don't think I'll do one more run. Ooh, that's how I could avoid those. I want to do at least one run a day, though. I think I might practice a bit, though. Bro, Bowser! I'm gonna bring him slowly to it. That should have KO'd him, bro. No, I suck, I suck. Yes! No! What the hell? How did you survive that? No, okay. He killed me. That might have been my last life. Practice on stream, honestly practice. No! Shit! Wait, I'm screwed. I don't think I could get back there. Okay, now I'm just a dumbass. Reboot LBJ? I forgot how to do this. Should we just go back here? Let's pretend I didn't die. I don't know how to boot up LBJ, to be honest. Don't worry though. I won't do that in real runs. I mean, this is a real run, but yes. Ow. It's so much easier when you're not thinking about it too much. Get you close little by little. Stop running into him. That's plus 20 minutes. I think, I don't know, BLJ's took me like 30 minutes to learn, and then I got, oops, I don't know. What? Did I actually hit him? I actually hit it? That was an accident. Oh, let's go. Time is when I hit the star, no? Time, baby. Time. 3 hours, 3 minutes, and 40 seconds. Probably 3 hours, 23 minutes, and 40 seconds. But you know what? We'll take it. Not best of it, honest? Aw, thank you. Best 16 minutes? I've never gotten 16 minutes. What the hell? That's bullshit. Why does it say that? I don't like that. It was a solid run. For me it was, yeah. Oh. Took 3 hours to do. No, LBJ wasn't too bad for me, to be honest. I don't want to practice it now. My left hand hurts a lot. Nah, we'll practice it a little maybe. We'll see. Why does it show the wrong thingy though? I don't like that. Like it says 16 minutes 7 seconds is my best. That is not my best. Oh, it'll probably redo it. We get to see the ending, baby. Let's go. I know how to play the game now. BLJ. Men's aren't the best cooks because they're 2 eggs, 1 sausage, and a little bit of milk. He can fill a girl's tummy for 9 minutes.
And it's all thanks to you.
That's so dumb.
Thank you, Mario. We have to do something special for you.
I was struggling a lot. LBJs, I understand how to do now. I didn't understand initially. I understand now. You could hold the Z button and just do it continuously, and you don't need to go back and forth with the controller. That's what got like 20 minutes of my time. LBJs, I don't think is gonna be too difficult, to be honest. I think the submarine was really hard for me for some reason. Mario. And some other areas. Honestly, I need to learn how to wall jump and triple jump much better. That's what I need most practice, I think, with. That's definitely what I need more practice with. Being able to do the bomb clip would be cool. I have to learn the tricks on the first few maps. Also have to learn the tricks. But in terms of movements, triple jumps and Jesus, and wall jumps. Yeah, the desert. I need to learn the tricks on the desert. Yeah, the desert, the bomb map. I think that's the biggest stuff for now. Eventually, I'll have to like get everything better, obviously. But do another quick run. I don't know. My left hand hurts a lot. What's up, Triple G? How you doing? Have you ever speed ran it? You know what? Fine. Let's do another run. It's kind of fun. One thing I do need to do, though, is I need to edit the splits. Because it's wrong a bit. In SSL, I think it's 11. And LLL is 12. I think I screwed that up. So, I think that's more accurate. Oh, hi, G. I see you. Do the first few. I think you can shave off 1 hour easy. I'm going to be streaming another 50 minutes, so maybe I won't do another entire run. but I'll just practice different tricks. My hands hurt though. Whew. Kind of awkward, not gonna lie. Wait, what's awkward? Ooh. I do want to practice certain things. This ROM is perfect for practicing too. So I have buttons set up for practice as well.
Hello.
I don't remember which those buttons are though. What buttons they are. I'm here, you're here, Triple G's here, and I'm jumping between streams. Oh. Wait. Are you streaming right now, Triple G? No. I thought maybe you finished, that's why you came over. Ooh. I love that song from One Piece. Awkward. Ooh. I don't think I've ever seen his subscriber badges.
And you can pick like your front or your back camera. Ping Pong Master. I know. Hey, what's up? No, I'm just showing. Chimichurro was asking me.
Back camera?
Chimichurro was asking me how I use my cameras, and I just telling him how
cool.
we use.
Ooh, he added scroll too.
And that one broke. As I was showing you. Smooth move, X-Lax, he says. That's funny. We're watching you right now, too.
Well, we're watching
so that's
you.
Really awkward.
That's funny. Wait, I guess we'll go full cam.
So it's like super streamception.
Inception! I was gonna add... I wanted... Well, I don't know if he hears me. But then if he hears me, then I hear me through him. But anyway, I was gonna add like cameras also to the back, but I didn't know what I would add it for. Like to show my back of my face? I don't know. Damn. I look so ugly. Oh.
You have a really nice neck. That's all you got to do.
Thanks.
See, that's what I have that one for.
Oh, to show off your neck. Oh, that's kind of sexy.
That's for your other camera, ding dong.
Oh. It's delayed too, which makes it funnier. Let me.
And it's delayed. So this is.
I'll add a camera.
This is awkward. This is so awkward.
Bye.
That's funny. Okay,
bye-bye. I love Triple G. Okay. Let's do some practice. You want to see LBJs, baby? I'll show you LBJs, DNL.
Dear Mario, please come.
I don't know if we could go to LBJs from the menu. BLJs, I mean. LBJs? That's Lyndon B. Johnson. Oh, maybe upstairs? Oh, it is upstairs. Wait, I could have reset from here instead of from the Bowser fight. My bad, DNL. Chew your butt. We need to add Triple G Pog face. Wait, his face or my face? Alright, you want to see this? Watch. Bro, this is skill, baby. Wait. Ow, I hit my head. Starting now. How easy is this, baby? Okay, this one. Oh, let's go, baby. First try. What'd I say? I know how to do it now. I'm a musician. Of course I know rhythm. Let's go. His face, because that's how y'all met. Okay. Damn, I got way too excited for that, bro. You can't tell me that that was beautiful. That was not beautiful, I mean. Do it. Watch. First try, baby! Let's go! double chase is so easy, baby. Let's go. You can't tell me that was... Bro, in one day... I could tell everyone the trick. I don't know if people are dumb, if I'm lucky. I don't know what it is, but it's so easy to do. It is so easy to do. I'm gonna be a god. I'm gonna do sub 18, bro. Or maybe not that, okay, but... Look. I don't know if I want to add a triple G face. Kind of weird. People are gonna be like, whose face is that? Or maybe I will. Look at that! Okay, I messed it up, but I'm still jumping. Okay, we're gonna ignore this. We're gonna assume I made it up, okay? Alright, you know what? Of course it's because you helped me. This is gonna be good. Damn it. Now I keep screwing it up. Alright, I don't know what happened. But I'm understanding it better, okay? I don't know how to get better at this though. Is it just keep doing it? Huh. Why did I do it so well and now I'm sucking at it? Maybe it's once per run. Maybe. I'm just curious because I feel like I'm doing everything exactly the same. Let's go. Ow. Is this twerking? It is. This is how you, basically, this is how you do a glitch to get past an, this is the hardest glitch to do, or the least consistent. I don't know what the secret is at this point. Hey, thanks for the 5 bits, man! Look, the camera changes colors. Boom, 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 boom! Oh, I love it. And Kakashi went crazy. You definitely got it, though. I didn't get enough times, though. Yo, look at that, look at that! Boom, boom! Boom, 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 boom! I love it! That's literally. Yes. Oh my god, I thought I would get that while changing scenes. That would have been crazy. I almost got it. Ooh, I think I get it. That's what it is. What time are you streaming tomorrow? Hoo hoo wah wah. What's up, bro? We beat it. I don't know if you saw Freezer. Ooh, you have to spam the hell out of it. Wait, I get it. Why was it not working? I was streaming around 2 my time, 5 yours. Yeah, I could pop in for a bit. I'll put a reminder right now. Ooh, YouTube logo god golem subscribe to you on YouTube. Cool. Anyway, I got so distracted. Let me put a note to check up on you, baby. 5 p.m. D now. You have kids? You saw? Nice. Have you seen COD by chance? What? I got that so easily. What the hell? How did I get that? That's the rhythm you need. Hopefully I don't have to. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I'm excited to set up phones also. I have a big surprise, guys. For channel point rewards, I want to set something up that's really cool, but it's gonna take me some time to figure out. I might need to get a programmer to program it for me. There it is, guys. That's the tempo. I think I've gotten it. Can we get a hint? It has to do with the lights. That's your hint. Doctor knows what it is already, but it's not here. Is this emulator legal for speedruns? I don't know if this... So this one is Project 64. I'm not sure, to be honest. Maybe I should look that up. But honestly, I was gonna use this one just for practice, and then I have the original also. I've gotten it. I actually have it. I need to find a song on TikTok that matches that beat, and then I could make a beautiful TikTok explaining how to do BLJs. You think, you know? Ooh. Rewards that change the light color? That's simple. But that's part of it, for sure. But I already could set that up. Rewards to just change the colors. But I think that's, you know, that's whatever. We gotta get the I already forgot the tempo. Oh yeah, I have Project 64 version 1.6. I got it specifically. It's just I'm using Usamune, which is something like, you see this. It lets me it's basically, you see, look at that. I could reset wherever I want. It lets me practice much better. So I don't know if I could use this one specifically, but I could also, I think I can. Okay, I'm gonna redo this. Oh my god, I got so much better at this though, so quickly. It's because I understand which controls to use now. I will say the camera controls are really annoying. There we go. I have to get used to how that works. I didn't gain any momentum there. Anyone watching Attack on Titan? This is the first and worst 3D. Really? Oh, in terms of 3D-ness, yeah. I guess the 3D-ness is not that good. Oh, the camera is terrible. It's so weird. I'm jumping way too high. I know my mistake. There we go. Okay. Apparently not. Okay, maybe I don't know the trick, but... I'm like killing my controller. You're gonna go? Alright, see you, Dino. Thanks for popping in. How did I do this?
Goodbye.
You going to freezer? Alright. Why are you freezers now? It's like you're a freezer. Have a great one. Thanks for popping in. Do you need the stairs to do this? Oh, maybe you do. Oh, you're saying goodbye to Dinelle. Gotcha. Makes more sense. Okay, this is like so weird. You feel like you know what you're doing and you don't. Wait, was there a new follower that I missed? Oh, thanks for the follow. I'm sorry I missed it. I don't see any new followers. What if... Oh, no, Freezer is Toxins. He changed his username. You confused me. I got this new app for like, it's like a TikTok app. And I'm getting a lot of likes on it, which is cool. Not many comments though. Pretty cool stuff. It's called Hover, if anyone is wondering. It's like a lot of streamers use it, I think, and stuff. Okay. And then I'm trying to on my TikTok game and stuff. I think I have a great method to do it. So right now I'm basically like, because someone came in today, which was pretty cool, that said they found me on YouTube Shorts. I'm kind of curious, did one of my shorts blow up recently? Or he just found me? Huh. The moment of truth. Drum rolls, please. Wow, none of them blew up, but I put 4 TikToks 9 hours ago, like YouTube Shorts, and they all got like hundreds of views. YouTube Shorts is crazy. G ended stream, so I'm back. Wow. Oh, for you, Nathan? Nice. Congrats. He's stalking you. All right. This is actually really fun. I was surprised by how fun this was. It's okay, Chiro. I'll check it out right now. Oh God. Yeah. The stuff underneath is kind of nasty. Look how good I'm at. Look, I don't screw up long jumps anymore. Look at this. I've gotten so much better in like 4 hours, guys. Like, how crazy is that? Okay. So what we're going to do now is we're going to save. F5, from my understanding, saves. Oh, I just refreshed stream by accident. Say, look at that. Isn't that cool? If I press this button, it's gonna reset right here. Boom. So I could practice picking up the bomb. I'm doing this. Kind of cool. You're gonna cut 1 hour off your next run? Hell yeah. I think at this rate I might actually. Well, maybe not.
Jelly bean time.
Who knows? Oh god. The jelly beans are so bad lately. Besides my name, why do I have green and blue paddles? They're ping pong paddles. It's the sub badge. Because you've been subscribed for 2 months. That's why. You made so many simple mistakes from learning the run. True. That is true. Yeah! What's up, Cortez? 3 hours, 3 minutes. Technically a little more, but... So if you see D now, he's the first 12-month subscriber. Which is pretty cool. How to bomb clip.
Triangle.
This one's actually not too bad.
Define a step already. We press C right on step 4, so now we have a good angle.
Yeah, I can do soda. Damn, Mario was sleeping just like chat.
To clip through the gate. Tap down and... Hi, this is Strogi. Welcome to my beginner tutorial on
Shut up, Mario.
I will first show you how to do it in 4 steps, then do some troubleshooting with you, and then I will show you some useful backups and a few ways to optimize your movement for
Yeah, BLJ took me a while. If I could get some like tricks up my sleeve, I'll do better too. You gonna need to sub again on the 8th? Aw, that's so sweet.
For this star, have fun. The 5 steps. Step 1. After grabbing the bomb, hold left into a small jump. A small jump, just tap A. Step 2. Let's see what we want to do. Our next.
Oh. This looks like a good tutorial. I did not even do that, did I? No, this happened so many times when I was practicing in the past. I don't know why I did that. Grab him. Okay. Honestly, don't learn anything right now. Just master what you already know and add to it. Yeah, but I really want to learn the tricks. I mean, you're right. I think so majority of the stream I want to do actual runs. Kind of for now, just to get my movement better. But then when I'm not doing that, I want to learn new tricks because it's just fun. World record strats are bust.
Next goal is to land here, a bit more back.
Well, if I could do it
left
consistently,
than
it'll be
the
worth
bomb.
it, you know?
Because after we re-grab the bomb, we will get backwards momentum. Next goal is to land here, a bit more back and left
Just
than
get better
the
at the
bomb.
basics first, for sure.
Because
I need to learn how to
after we
triple jump
re-grab the
and
bomb,
wall jump
we
better.
will get backwards momentum. So we want to grab the bomb at an angle that will
Angle?
push us towards the gate.
Angle Merkel.
In between the wall and the chain jump.
Sorry.
To achieve this, after the first jump, once you land, you want to throw the bomb right on the jump. So press A and B right
What a good
after
tutorial,
each
though.
other. Hold A so you...
Alright, this is too complex. I got the idea. Shut up. Alright, we're gonna learn how to triple jump first, okay? We'll get my movement down. Cut your time under 1 hour 30 minutes. Yeah? Yeah, I'm gonna concentrate on movement for now, actually. See, how do you triple jump? I feel like it's so hard to get that. Or till you feel you need new tricks to go faster. Yeah, that's probably the very smart way to do it. I'm just getting too excited to try out new stuff, you know? Okay. Ah. Okay, I think the thing here, I have to wait for his feet to touch the ground. And then it's easier to triple jump. I have to remember that. I forget that a lot. Yeah, I have to wait for his feet to touch the ground. Can I make your second jump higher? How do I make it? Oh! If I hold onto it, it makes it higher? I didn't even realize that. Wait, that explains how some of the tricks were working with people. Because that's what they were doing. Yeah, if you hold A. Oh, it's for every jump. I didn't even know that. Thank you, Cortez. Maybe not the last one. Just focus on doing non-stop runs. Those will help you the most. That makes sense. Let me see. I just don't want to do another one now because we're going to end stream kind of soon. But I'm happy we got through one. It was actually really, really enjoyable. Also because I knew that I had a lot to learn. That's another thing. Sometimes it kicks in the air, and sometimes it dives. I have to realize what's the difference. Okay. So, I think I know how to do the submarine now. If I stand still, it kicks. But if I'm still running, it dives? Wait, no, that's wrong. Oh no, maybe that's right. Yeah. Look at that. So I have to stop running. If I continue running... Wait, how did I do that though? Yeah, if I continue running, it seems like most of the time... Oh. Or I have to very slightly continue running. Oh, I got it. I got it. You did 1 in 4 hours. Tomorrow you could do 2. True. Oh, yeah, yeah. Long jumping is great. I know how to long jump so well now because I kept messing it up before. I'm like, BLJs made me long jump like a pro. Like, I was messing it up so often because I would do this. I would do this instead. I would press the buttons in the wrong like direction or something. Now I got it down to a T. I can put you in jail time. Why won't it work? Some of the rewards are not working today, and I have no reason why. What's up, Sleepy? Long time no see. How you doing? But tomorrow it'll be working. No worries. I'll have to figure out why it's not working. Oh, it's to all of them? Okay. And you can't triple jump unless you're running. Ooh, you saw that? You did 1 in 4. What does Biome Old do? Nothing. Ends the stream for you. I love weed, Mr. Elliott. I am aware. But how you doing, bro? Maybe don't smoke too much? I mean, it's your decision at the end of the day, but... Ooh, did you guys see that? It looks like you could do the kick sometimes. Okay, I could do that. Side jump. Side jump. Side jump. I gotta run a little more for that. Mosin is done. Oh, nice! Send a picture on the Discord. I like smokes weed off stream. Not family friendly. I smoked weed a couple of times. Not too often though. I don't like the smell. And I don't like how it makes me feel. Look at this. Look at this skill. Hell yeah. Okay, the last thing I need to do. I need to learn how to triple jump from short distances. Because a lot of times I'll be on a small platform. And I don't have that much room to triple jump, you know? Like that. Ooh, that was actually really good. How did I do that? So if I was like here. If I was here and I needed to triple jump, how would I do it? I need to build momentum, it seems like. Yes! Oh, you need to build momentum. But the momentum stays, so I could actually stop moving. Or move very slightly, maybe. Yes! Okay, that's cool. Oi, oi. What did I say? Lurkers, don't forget to leave Ping a follow. Aw, so sweet. Oh, this is really fun, though. Oh, yeah. When's stream ending? Just wondering. 20 minutes. I usually go for 5 hours. I like to go for at least 5 hours. So... I started 4 hours, 40 minutes ago. And 20 minutes will make it a full hour. By the way, look. Boom. We're back in this area. Alright. I want to pretend I was doing this run normally. Damn it. It's hard to see. Ooh, smart. When it's hard to see, I should move my camera. I don't really do that. Like that. Look how much faster that is. PP, can you raid me? I wanted to raid another Super Mario 64 player. Are you playing Super Mario? Yeah, we'll raid ya. Oh, that was nasty, bro. All these jelly beans are driving me crazy. Raid Jesus? Who's Jesus? Yeah, we'll raid ya, Nathan. Sammy is Sammy's streaming. Zias is streaming. I was thinking of raiding Zias, but we'll raid ya. Cause I'm a nice guy. I'm playing Monkey. Yeah, I'll raid ya. What's up, Timmy? Welcome back. Look, we got 3 hours, 3 minutes completed. Look at like my movement has become so much better. Ooh, you could go into from a side jump straight into a. Interesting. Oh, you've been here the whole time? Oh, sorry. That was cool, right? Jesus IR Gaming? Who's that? Go raid the other person? You sure, Nathan? But you're playing Monkey. Nathan, you're such a nice guy. Let's not get this star. We're doing a collab stream tomorrow, by the way, guys. So that should be fun. I actually have to hit him up. I want it to be support. Well, I'll probably make an announcement tomorrow. You know what? I'll make the announcement. Nah, I'll make the announcement tomorrow because I still have to hit him up. So, you guys can guess who the collab stream is going to be with. But I basically have to tell him or her. And 8 p.m. Eastern. It's Jesus Christ Superstar. Damn it, how'd you know? No, it's not. You got it. I'm trying to go to. Okay, there we go. Watch time. Today's the first day. You and who? Guess, guys. Guess. Ooh, Timmy got all the hours. Let's go. I'll rate the other person then, Nathan. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Let's go.
Wow, almost. Wait, you've been following for more than 11 months, no? Triple G? It's not Triple G. Good guess, though. What? You've been following for 8 months? Toxin? That's crazy. Or Freezer? That's actually a long time. Yeah, I guess. That's actually so crazy. I didn't realize it's been that long. Damn, you guys are OGs. All of you. Except some of you. I want to try Lakitu skip. Lakitu skip is just so fun to do. I feel like my movements are okay. And there's no point to start another run. Oh, I screwed it up, you saw? He's got green ping pongs. Yeah, green is for 2-month subs. Ping pong. Who, me? Who, me? You and Freezer. Hey, what's up, Jawad? Happy belated birthday, bro. Go to sleep. Stream will end in 15 minutes. I started streaming at 8. I started streaming earlier so that, I don't know, I feel like it's just better. And yeah. Thanks, man. Yeah, bro. I like the yellow and orange one. Yeah, I like the yellow and orange one too. Yellow and orange is how long? Ooh, the MIPS clip is something I could probably practice. No, this one. Wait, this one I actually screw up on a lot, but I don't want to do it. That one was actually annoying for me. I'm getting old. I'm gonna go read and sleep. All right. See you later, bro. Love you. Thanks for popping in. Mwah. You don't like the black and blue? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but it is what it is. Damn it. Give me orange. Still doesn't give you a notification that I subbed to you. So when you sub, there should be a reshare button. If you click on that button, then it'll pop up. That's how Twitch works. It's weird. I think they made it so that people who don't want to show that they subbed can do it. Okay, I'm starting to learn how to move here as well. I feel like it's stupid too, because most people don't even know that exists. Ooh, I could do that jump once. How do people make this fall off quickly? That was so much faster. Good night, baby. Have a great night. Thanks for the sub, even though I don't see it. Arigatou gozaimasu. How many months is black and blue? Black and blue is 12 months. The reason is because you have to have black and blue, like, you have to have like a black and blue face just from watching me for a full year. I don't know. Think something stupid like that. Play Mario Super Galaxy. Oh, I'm playing this game for a full month, speedrunning. Change black to purple. That would be cool, but we might already have one. I mean, you're the only 12-month sub, so why not? Black to purple for 12-month badge. That sounds like a good idea. The black and blue does look a little weird. Did I miss any messages? I want yellow and orange one too. Everyone likes the yellow and orange one. As the first year one sub, I say change to purple. Yeah. I can't even see black on dark mode. Fair enough, man. Yellow. I'm happy people like yellow and orange. So maybe I'll make that a higher tier. No, but I feel like it's been so long. I don't want to change the older ones, you know? Okay, I was trying to be way too fancy there. Okay, I know how to do this now. Not like that. Oh, it worked. Purple and pink was nice too. The one Nathan has? Ooh, my movement is so much better. The black one is the worst. I'll change it. And I like purple and pink. The green and blue is not bad. Why you said dick? So, that's a 9-month sub badge. The purple and pink. I'm glad you told me. Guys, tell me stuff that you're not happy with on stream or whatever, because especially if it's stuff I could actually improve on. Because I would like to improve. So here, what I have to do is not that. But it worked. Instead of going for that one, I think I could go for this one. I think this is a better start to go for. Oh my god, if I don't die getting there. That was bad. See, like, that one feels faster. It took me a year to learn, or else I would say it way earlier. No, you're right. Okay, face cam. What's 3 months? I'm not sure. You guys want to see? I could show you guys everything. Everything. All right. We go to Twitch. Sub emotes. Where is it? Oh, loyalty badges. Here. So, this is the regular one. This is 6 months. 6 months looks pretty like generic, but I like it. This is what you have, 2-3 months. I think 2 months, 2 months. This is 3 months. Well, I did all of this on Photoshop. This is 1 year, and this is 1.5 years. Show us your OnlyFans? No, I won't show you that. Wait, why'd you tell me to face cam? Face cam! But yeah, that's all of that. 1.5 is nice, right? Yeah. I like it too. I'm glad you like it. And I didn't make any 2-year one because that's in like a year, so. Ooh! Did you guys see that? That actually hits perfectly. Okay, so that takes 23 seconds. Okay, 23 seconds. Let's see which one takes longer. My assumption is gonna be this one takes longer. Well, if I don't die. You will find nothing. I need 3 months. For those that like the yellow and orange a lot, and you're already subbed for a long time, just make another account and sub for 3 months. Problem solved. This one definitely takes more than 20 seconds. And it's harder. Alright. Next time, I'm gonna go this way. Tomorrow. I say next time, but tomorrow... Tomorrow for this land... I'm actually gonna... Ooh, that's so good. Maybe I do 2 long jumps. Do orange and yellow, but switch it for 2 years. Yeah, I was thinking of, like, redoing them. Ooh, I didn't get hit once. Never mind. Still is faster. 24 seconds. What, it takes like 27 seconds to get the star. When we sub, you get the money, right? I get half of the money when you guys sub. Twitch gets the other half. If you donate on PayPal, I get a much bigger percentage of that. But obviously, subbing is much cooler. Like, I'm not gonna lie also. I kind of like subs because we can have sub goals. And because you guys get benefits for that. You don't get benefits for giving me money on PayPal. So. But yes, I do make money. Honestly, the coolest thing I want from... Ooh, that was like 15 seconds. So that would have been like 18 seconds. That's really good. How many things? I only need to get 1 in the lava area? Oh no, I have to get 3. I have to get 3 in the lava area. So let's say I go for that one first. Wait, how do I get 3 in this area? Am I missing something? I get that one. I get that one. Where's the third one? Am I dumb? I think I'm done, guys. Oh, I am done. So LLL is actually 13, not 12. I think that's right. What are global badges? I don't know. What are global badges? That's RNG based though, I think. Oh, the coins and stuff? Yeah, maybe. Middle? Yeah, so there's one over here. Okay, I'm gonna stop doing that. There's one in the middle over here. And then there's one with the coins. I think those are the only 2 I need here. I don't know what global badges are. And then when I do this, I could long jump. I've gotten so much better. What the hell? This is I'm so excited for tomorrow. And my hand doesn't hurt as much. You said to tell you anything we don't like, and I respond with face. Oh. Appreciate it. Good. That's a great one. So, I'm gonna just double check this. I just realized I still had this on. But I'm gonna double... Whoa, nope. That is wrong. That's my... That's the one that has special information. That's the wrong browser. Okay, here. My porn information. There we go. Here, bookmarks. I just want to see how many... how he has it set up.
I'm tired.
I'm tired. Your mom is tired, Mario. So yeah, it says LLL12 and then SSS 11. So you only need to get one from each? Huh. Which means you need to get 3 things in HMC. The hell is HMC? Middle, it's for gifting subs. Oh, yeah, so there's different types of badges. You have Hype Train Conductor. Dinel's the current Hype Train Conductor because he made a Hype Train happen, which is awesome. That's when 3 or more people gift subs in around the same time period. And then you have the badge. Then you have a moderator badge. You have a VIP badge. You could have cheering badges. Like Freezer, you have a cheer 100 badge. You could have a founder badge, which if you scroll up, Blasius has, because he was one of the first 10 people to ever subscribe. You could have other types of badges. And then for gifting subs, you have this one, which you see is like a button, like a box, and it says 10 gift subs, because I've gifted 10 subs on the channel. Yeah. Oh, this one I screwed up a lot. This I spent a lot of time on. So, Hazy Maze Cave. I thought there was only 2 here. Was there a third one here? I thought there was only 2 in this area. I want to figure this out. Yeah, there was only 2. There was this one, which was very annoying to get to. I think I had to side jump. Or triple jump. Ooh. They're like... I'm so close. Or triple jump, which I am not pro enough to do yet. Maybe I am. Maybe I should triple jump. Should I try to triple jump this, guys? Alright, let's do it. Maybe not. I love side jumping. It's actually so cool. So this gave me some trouble. For sure. Oh. Jesus. Maybe I practice this more. This is the only way to get up from my understanding. No, not all year. I'm basically trying to do... I don't know if you're in the Discord. If you're not, or if you don't use Discord, that's fine, obviously. But if you want to join the Discord, I put updates there on what's going on. Basically, I'm trying to do more monthly challenge stuff. So, like, for this month, the challenge is getting less than 20 minutes in this game. So, that's what a lot of the month is going to be based on. But I also want to do collab streams. So once a week, we're going to have collab streams. And then every Saturday, we watch videos with chat. So that's what's going on nowadays. I have Discord notifications off because it breaks my phone. Bro, fair enough. But in our server, we don't... I don't put notifications. I purposefully don't ping everyone a lot, and no one can ping everyone except me and like the mod, and he never uses it. So you won't really get notifications much, to be honest. At most once a day, probably. Unless you want notifications for when I go live, then it would be like maybe twice a day. Obviously, it's fine if you have it off, but yeah. I mean, I go live the same time every day, so I'm gonna try to play every day as well this month. So we'll see how that goes. Bro, I don't know how to do this jump. See, like, I messed up the triple jump. Notification from TikTok. I need to learn how to triple jump. Like, this is actually an annoying part for me. I don't know why the triple jump's not going. Oh, yeah, I could hold it, right? Oh, I could hold it. That's what I do. I could hold it, so I just hold it. Ooh. I'm in Discord? Yep. You were already in the Discord? Okay, I keep screwing this up. That's the point, though, to get better, I guess. I want to get this success a little bit consistently before ending. Alright, let's kill that bug. Pickle? Pickle my nickel. Pickle my tickle. Alright. Oh, he did triple jump. It just wasn't very high. Bro, change the camera. Pickle my dickle. Yo, the camera is actually so annoying. Huh. I'm still screwing this up, though. I think I have to move towards it. What if I... Ooh. I'm saving up for a jelly bean. They're disgusting jelly... I already got like 4 today. It's these... When I eat it, it's just disgusting jelly beans that are just disgusting. You ever heard of Bean Boozled? Basically disgusting. Yeah. And I just bought new ones too, so they're fresh, which means they taste even more disgusting. Because we ran out. You know about it? Yeah. I kind of got used to them, but they're still disgusting. To be honest. You could save up for a triple one too. And by the way, sorry guys, the rewards will 100% be working tomorrow. I'll have to look into why they didn't work today. Alright, you know what? I'll get this next time. I'm gonna end the stream. I have a lot to do for tomorrow as well. Thanks for watching, guys. I love you guys. We're going to raid. We're going to raid. We're going to raid Nathan. Because I like Nathan. And he's a cool guy. I'm tired. I am tired as well. Thank you guys for watching, of course. I forgot to press all my buttons because I'm an idiot. But pretend... Oh, the credits should be rolling right now, actually. So the credits are rolling. Something just happened. There's the credits. I should have done this better. Oh, this is his music. Thanks for watching. I press the buttons. Have an amazing night. All right. I honestly appreciate it. Okay. Oh, we have 10 viewers. Damn. Buff Nezuko. Nathan, I hope you have an amazing stream. I hope everyone else has an amazing day. Good night. Jesus, I'm not used to these buttons. Good night and goodbye.